Please welcome to the stage the Acting Chair of MFA Products of Design, Sinclair Smith.
Good afternoon. Thank you, everyone, for being here. It's an honor to be here this afternoon to present these theses, and I'd like to begin with one simple message. Thank you. Thank you to the families and loved ones of the class of 2026, those of you who are here with us today. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to the families far away and to our guests watching on the live stream. We see you. Please turn around and wave to the cameras. To SVA's leadership, David Rhodes, President, and Christopher Cyphers, our Provost, thank you for your enduring support of this program. To our program co-founders, Stephen Heller, Founding Chair of the MFA-D, and Alan Chachinoff, our own Founding Chair of MFA Products of Design, and all the other department chairs who've been so generous with their wisdom and support over the years. We are in endless gratitude. To our department staff, Julia Knoll, Director of Operations, and Erica Chen, our Program Coordinator. We cannot do any of this without you. And to our graphics and production team, Zai Thakur and Gabriel Lee, thank you. To the Visible Futures Lab, our shop across the hallway where we build and grind and burn and fabricate and make and dream, Shannon Jones, Neil Cashman, Kyle Fakowri, Gabriel Lee, Hui Win, and Bonnie Yu. To our social media and outreach team, Monty Preston, Ben Hon, Anusha Sauda, Tristan Murph. All right. To our SVA Theatre and Tech team for this amazing facility, Adam, Vincent, Vidya, Amanda, Rebecca, Brian, Maya, Tyrone, Faith, Matt, Arthur, and Chris. Thank you so much for your support today. To the director and photographer here with us, Jose Burgos up in the booth, and Sean Zani, who's moving around. That boy and I have history. Ask about it, get some cool trivia. Maybe we'll pull out our phones and show you some embarrassing photographs. To the Products of Design faculty, none of this can be possible without this incredible team. Emily, Mariel, Vincent, Evie, Alan, Michael, Bill, Alex, HK, Alyssa, Pilar, Megan, Adam, Jane, Pep and Siggy, Toshi, Christine, Ann, Suma, Dino, Becky, Ali, Masamichi, Ted, Antia, Rob, Rachel, Adriana, Chrissy, your names are written indelibly over all of this work. Thank you so much. To the Products of Design Thesis faculty who've worked with these students over the past year, specifically on these thesis products and projects directly, Emily, Alan, Bill, Alex, Alyssa, Christine, Ali, Chrissy, Adriana, I'm so honored to have my name in there with yours. To our alumni thesis coaches who've dedicated their time and experience with this process to go over these theses with our students and graduating class, Monica, Yukti, Emma, Shun, Will, Bauchi, Nigel, KG, Ming, Catherine, Andre, Pantea, Rohita, Sama, Zai, and Nim. Thank you so much for your help. To our next graduates, the class of 2027, for your support today, for your ambition, aspirations, dreams, hard work this year, support of the class of 2026. We will see you right here in this same room in about 360 days. Please tag us today if you take pictures for your socials. The hashtag is Thesis, spelled TH3S1S. If that's a pain, you may thank me. At SVA POD. The live stream is at productsofdesign.sva.edu. Feel free to share it with a friend and let them log in. There's a big button on our page that they can hit on their website. The MFA Product Design is unique in the world of graduate design education because we teach almost every flavor of design, all at the same time, to every student. Today, we're going to meet 19 incredible designers, each presenting their signature work. And every single one of them is going to present literature review, user research and testing, subject matter experts, research, speculative design, physical products, digital products, social impact design, service platforms, experience design, graphic design, branding, business modeling, design strategy, systems design, platform design, policy design, human-centered design, community-centered design, and of course, the ever-needed planet-centered design. The synthesis of all these branches of design practice into one strategic approach to solving complex problems is what makes this department special. It has been an extraordinary honor to be a part of this process from the beginning of the program. In case you missed the branding, this is our 13th thesis presentation, but this year is special. This year is my first year, not just as a founding faculty member, but as acting chair. I took the helm from my mentor, my friend, and founding faculty and founding chair, Alan Chochinov, in January. Alan, thank you. There are no words except for these that are falling out of my mouth without preparation. I will thank you with words and cakes and cards and weird parties and anything I can come up with for an opportunity and a professional experience and career that has been so rewarding. And thank you for your guidance for all of them, everything. None of this is without you. Whoop. So finally, thank you to the class of 2026 for whom we are here today. Anna, Ta-Shea, Carmel, Sophia, Chi, Sophia, Ben, Ava, Lauren, Monty, Carol, Gudrun, Jesse, Housen, Lynn, Tong, Raida, Siga, Senue. You are our 13th graduating class, but since this is a special year for me, I will tell you that you will always be my number one. Thank you. It's been so special. I'm so grateful for your support in my transition and new time just as much as in your own. I really, really, really deeply appreciate it. And I'm so proud of the work that you're showing today. Love you too. So that having been said, sit back, enjoy the show, mind your phones and your chatter. And without further ado, please welcome to the stage, Ben Hon.
I'd like to start by just thanking a few people. I'm just kidding. I think Sinclair had it covered. All right. Like many things we love, sports are being impacted by the climate crisis. Extreme heat increases the risk of exertional heat stroke. Wildfires degrade air quality. And natural disasters like flooding reduce access to grassroots fields. That all sounds very serious and overwhelming. It's no wonder that when the size of the problem is the end of the world as we know it, people don't really see themselves in the solution. Of course, people react with apathy and avoidance when the only alternative feels like despair. But guess what? I'm a Jets fan. I know a little something about despair. This is me with a Solo cup and some red meat, two staples of American tailgate culture. I'm just as guilty as anyone for prioritizing enjoyment over environment when it comes to my relationship with sports. Yes, sports fans feel despair, but they also feel audacious, raucous optimism. They believe that through sheer force of collective will, they can impact outcomes. The passion, competitive spirit, and shared purpose of fandom are the exact behaviors that we need to break down the walls of apathy that surround climate action. My name's Ben Hon, and my thesis is titled Spectatorship, Instigating Sports Fans to Get into the Climate Game. I've long been curious about how these psychological drivers of fandom could motivate climate action. Could we help people mitigate climate harm or maybe adapt to existing climate pressures? If we started small, would we be able to build to collective action? I conducted research into sports sociology, fan psychology, and how people respond to disaster. I talked to subject matter experts and fans about how they viewed the intersection between sport and climate. I produced a co-creation workshop where I gained a deeper understanding of the artifacts and the rituals that are essential to fandom. My participants listed things like grilling, gambling, smack talk, beer, grandma. It was, you're good. Grilling, gambling, smack talk, and beer. It was basically a laundry list of the things that we're told are most harmful for the planet. My conversations indicated that fans view climate action as a form of sacrifice. They guard their rituals closely because sports are their escape. Further complicating the matter, political scientist Samuel Berg asserts that if you want to change minds, you have to change identities. Yikes. At this point, I was really starting to question what I'd gotten myself into. But maybe instead of expecting people to completely change their identities, I could instead emphasize the positive elements that already exist within fan culture. The good news is that the more I dug in, the more I found that climate-friendly behaviors do exist. It's common, for example, for Japanese supporters to clean up after themselves at an arena after a game. I also couldn't stop thinking about the beer snake, a ritual where fans stack their empty beer cups as long as they can. They do it because it's fun. Little do they know they're actually collecting and sorting recyclable plastic. So from there, I widened the aperture and I considered the embodied movement of sport. Why are things like barreling up a baseball, swishing a basketball, or smashing a driver, why do they feel so damn good? Well, it's because they are challenging. They require patience and skill and practice. From there, I considered the embodied movements of climate action, things like composting, recycling, or making donations. If I was able to design a little bit of friction into those movements, would they also become fun and addictive? What does that even look like? Introducing Cool Grip, the fan-powered fan. Let's bring our friend back here and take a closer look. She's actually making a ubiquitous gesture of fandom, the clenched fist, where all the energy that fans feel during the course of the game is squeezed out of their body. With a possible super El Nino headed our way this summer, fans are going to need a way to adapt to the heat. So taking inspiration from grip strengthening tools, I started sketching and prototyping form factors for a personal cooling device. Cool Grip is a portable handheld fan designed to be squeezed. The ergonomic form fits comfortably in your hand, and fan's passion is channeled directly into kinetic energy that spins the blades, keeping you cool, no battery required. It comes in team colors, and it's designed to beat the heat, even in the heat of the moment. So that's one way for sports fans to adapt to climate impacts, but how can we get them to mitigate climate impacts? That's where Compost Clash comes in. Look at these concessions from a major league ballpark. They include a 24-inch burrito and a nacho tray that you literally wear on your head. It's probably not surprising to learn that sports fans can generate up to 40 tons of solid waste at the stadium on game day. Instead of appealing to their altruism, could I redirect fans' passion towards an act of food waste reduction? Compost Clash encourages responsible waste practices by allowing fans to trash their rival. On Major League Baseball's opening day in Madison Square Park, lunchgoers were given a fun and sustainable alternative to the trash can. Fans enjoyed throwing their organic waste at the team they liked the least. A ketchup-covered logo invited players with a subtle message that others were playing too. Participants were given a team sticker and information about how to start composting at home. Going forward, Compost Clash would be right at home at a stadium where people are already in a competitive mindset and they're clearly overserved offensively large portions. The next version will have a swappable acrylic backboard so fans can target the visiting team's logo each game. So now fans can keep cool and reduce greenhouse gas emissions at the stadium, but fans like to watch sports from their local sports bar too. Introducing Coin Golf, the tabletop bar game that raises money towards environmental conservancy. Growing up playing coin games, I knew that rolling a quarter is a challenging but surprisingly satisfying feeling. Through user testing, I measured distance and dispersion to calculate the appropriate dimensions of the playing surface. Then got busy prototyping in the woodshop. Thank you, Sophia. And landed on a product that's right at home next to a shuffleboard or a pool table. I staged Coin Golf at 5 Iron, a simulator bar in Manhattan, over the course of 2 nights. The game is simple. A player rolls a quarter down the fairway into the hole. The coin is then kept as a donation to Monarchs in the Rough, a nonprofit that works with golf courses to plant pollinator habitats. Oops, missed a bit there, sorry, we're gonna watch it again. So by aligning the cause, the competition, and the context, Coin Golf motivated people to donate in a setting where they might not have considered giving. Okay, ask me later for the video. Participants played an average of 6 turns per visit. 15% of players returned for another round. And honestly, I think I made the game too hard. Only 5% of the rolls actually went into the hole. I'll be staging Coin Golf at a charity golf outing on May 18th, where I'm excited to collect more usage data. So far, my interventions prioritize enhancing individual enjoyment to instigate climate action, but climate action rarely succeeds at the level of individual virtue. Introducing Fan Forum, America's first fan union platform. It's more expensive than ever to be a fan. It can cost upwards of $5,000 per year to follow your favorite teams. This money further enriches billionaire team owners whose individual consumption habits have a much bigger footprint than the individual fan. How can fans leverage the unique line of communication that they have with their team's owner? Don't get me wrong, there are plenty of spaces online for fans to discuss and debate, but none of them include mechanisms to organize towards improving the fan experience. In Fan Forum, users are invited to advocate for fan rights like responsible ticket pricing, shorter ad breaks, or compost options at the stadium. They start by claiming their allegiance and the issues that matter most to them. In the command center, they browse issues that are gaining support and join discussions to build consensus. The app displays support level by fan base, which is another subtle invitation to join the others. Fan Forum offers a platform to realize collective agency, acting as a rehearsal space for broader activism. Overall, my goal was not to strip sport of its joy, but to ensure that fandom isn't powered by systems that undermine our shared future. I hope that my exploration into this topic helps sports fans recognize their power in numbers and their part of the ecological whole. This project would not have been possible without the support and encouragement of so many people. I'm eternally grateful for your patience, your enthusiasm, and your collaboration. And if you still don't believe in the transformative power of sport, then don't take my word for it.
Thank you, Ben.
My pleasure.
As you know, I'm a big expert about sports. I love what you said about changing identities. Sports fans and tree huggers are hardly synonymous. There's a bridge in identity there to cross. I'm wondering how some of the athletes and sports fans in your community and in your research responded to the idea that they might be the secret key to saving the environment.
Yeah, a lot of them scoffed at the notion. I texted some of my friends that I was delivering my thesis presentation today, and they basically just called me a nerd and told me to shove it.
Yeah, I've heard that one. So what'd you say?
Well, I think that the point of my exploration here was not necessarily to engage in discourse or educate or to convince people that they should care or participate, because we don't really have time for that. It was more about leveraging the existing behaviors within fandom, emphasizing enjoyment, so that people make decisions on their own that just so happen to be more sustainable for the planet.
And what did they say?
I don't know. I'm all out of material.
All right, we're going to work on this. I think it's an incredibly cool and classic magic trick of design strategy, and I hope you keep working on it. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Christiana Aghjayan.
Ben is so tall. Okay. No, that is not coming from outside the theater, but it might as well be. Honking horns has basically become the soundtrack of New York City, so I'm sure we're all very used to that sound. And we may know what a horn means, but do we really know what it means? Because it could mean, watch out, hi, thank you, move, and many other things. As confusing as a horn may be, they are somehow the crux of our entire communication system. Sometimes, though, there are moments where it stops feeling like communication and it starts feeling like conflict. We call that road rage. But what if it's not always rage? What if it's just miscommunication? What if we never actually gave drivers the tools to say what they mean? And I'm not just observing this, I'm experiencing it. I've always been into cars. I grew up in New Jersey, and if you don't know, driving in New Jersey is not just something you do, it's a personality. So growing up, watching Top Gear, going to car shows with my dad, among many other things, cars were not just cars in my world. They spoke a language. I just didn't have the words for it yet. Hi, I'm Christiana Aghjayan, and today we'll be talking about the language of the road from noise to nuance. We've built cars that can do incredible things. They can park themselves, detect obstacles, and even drive without us. But the way we talk to each other on the road barely changed. We're making split-second decisions with almost no way to explain ourselves. And when that breaks down, everything else does too. Driving isn't just movement, it's communication. And if that's true, then we have a design problem worth solving. Thankfully, I was not the only one who noticed. Drivers aren't waiting for better tools. They're already building a system with what they have. Jahla Mahmoud, an assistant professor of linguistics, documented exactly that, using mixed patterns of long and short honks to convey different meanings, essentially creating Morse code with their steering wheels. Drivers are building a language from scratch because no one designed it for them. So I went straight to the people whose job it is to change that. Designers, engineers, researchers, instructors, people thinking about cars from all different angles. Paul Amitai, an automotive sound designer, described exactly what the horn is and isn't doing right now. A horn becomes like a tool for when I'm trying to get across what I'm feeling right now. Trying to, but not getting there. And across all those conversations, the same thing kept coming up. We've designed cars to move efficiently, but not to communicate clearly. So what I did what any reasonable MFA student would do. I ran a Dungeons and Dragons campaign, but instead of fantasy characters, I created drivers. 10 different archetypes, from the road rager to the polite parker. You might already know which one you are, but I'll give you a second to decide. I put people in a room with toy cars in real road scenarios and set of decisions that they had to make in real time. And what came out of that was not a lack of emotion. It was a lack of tools. The language already exists. We just never designed for it. One participant said it better than I could. I feel like the absence of a sorry is almost worse, like, oh, you almost killed me, and no one acknowledges it. Crazy. That's not just road rage. That's someone trying to communicate and not being able to. The expression gap isn't just a tool problem, it's a fluency problem. So I stopped designing for one moment and started designing for the whole journey. I mapped the journey as a spectrum, 5 stages of becoming fluent communicator on the road, from feeling completely distant from car culture all the way to being wholly devoted for it. A project for each stage. First place I started was before the road, with people who don't see themselves as car people, because car culture can feel intimidating, technical, and exclusive. If you don't already speak the language, you really don't feel invited into it. So I designed Spot, a car spotting app where you collect cars through curiosity, not ownership, not expertise, but simply by noticing. On the inspo page, you could see recent spots from your crew and even log cars you've seen in real life. To post a spot of your own, you see a car, you scan it, and you can learn all about it. Every spot is added to your garage, and even some add to special collections. If you want to check on the spots you've already collected, check out the garage, your fleet, and your collections all in one place. As your collection grows, so does your circle. The crew page lets you add people and find upcoming meetups in the community, something that started solo, turning into something shared. And the more you notice, the more you want to know. That became Are You Car Curious, an automotive peep show. A row of curtained shadow boxes, each with a cheeky prompt outside and an interactive reveal inside. A miniature peep show for car parts. 5 stations such as Pop My Top, Hear Me Purr, Check Out My Rear, Differential. Each one analog, hands-on, no instructions needed. Cars are hot, objectively. You don't need to be a car person to notice. Beautiful engineering, forms that have no business looking that good, and materials that you really want to touch. One peek, and suddenly, it's personal. That is the connection. And once that connection is there, what happens when you're actually on the road? You're not just experiencing cars, you're interacting with people. And that interaction is messy. So I designed Caravan, a tool for multi-car travel that helps groups stay connected in real time. You could see everyone in your group moving together on a shared route. With a built-in walkie-talkie, you can reach anyone in your caravan without ever leaving the drive. And if something changes, the whole group can easily adjust in real time. So instead of reacting, you're coordinating. And even when you are driving alone, you're never driving alone. There's so many people on the road you're constantly reacting to. Frustration, hesitation, anxiety. But it doesn't always come out the right way. That's where REVI comes in. REVI stands for Responsive Emotional Vehicle Interface, and it does just that. All of its parts working together to respond to you. Not to the car, to you. When something happens on the road, REVI reacts to your emotional state in real time through light and voice. It can calm you down, validate how you're feeling, or just keep you company. And the personality? That part is up to you. It's not always what happens on the road, but often how we react. Whether you need a little Molly.
Oh, well, that wasn't very nice. They may be having a bad day. Let's just try to avoid them.
Or if you're like me, you might want Tony by your side.
Good one. But let's ignore that stew nod and keep it moving.
REVI comes in multiple voices, tones, and accents, whatever gets you through the drive. And after all of that, I started thinking about our relationship with cars as a whole. Not just how we drive them, but what they mean to us. Because for a lot of people, a car isn't just a car, it's their first car. It's a family car, and it's a memory tied to someone they love. So I created Tiny Fleet Co., the world's first die-cast atelier, where people can design their own car and bring it to life as a collectible. You could create something from your past or design something that's never existed. The process is collaborative. You bring your ideas, your references, your story, and work with a designer to shape it through a series of sessions until it's ready to be produced. It turns car design into something personal, something expressive, and something that lasts. And that's really what this all comes back to. It started with a question about horns, but it became something much bigger than that. Thank you to everyone who made this possible, and to those here and watching at home right now. A huge shout out to Alan Chochnov and Sinclair Smith for leading us through this journey. I'm so grateful to be the baker's dozen of POD. 13 is my lucky number after all. To my family, Mama, Baba, Chandria, Rita, Arthur, thank you so much for being such huge supporters of this journey. Being an art student in an Armenian family is tough to understand, but I'm grateful for you cheering me on as I pursue this dream. None of this would exist without the people who let me chase it. The language of the road is not just a title, it's an argument. That driving has always been a language, and we just never designed it that way. So the real question is, what would it look like if everyone were fluent? I think it looks like this, but I would hope it's just the beginning. Thank you, and safe travels. Supposed to be beep.
Thank you, Anna. That was amazing
Thank you.
and funny.
Thank you, I tried.
You are always funny. I love the human touch and the voice. You know, as the auto industry moves more into automation and electricity and self-driving cars and self-perpetuating machines and networked machines, how do you see human touch getting maintained in car design and communications?
I think where technology really can help to shape or to elevate the human experience is through like elderly and disabled communities. I think that those communities are often overshadowed, and we don't need able-bodied people just being driven around by these autonomous vehicles. I think it would be incredible to see huge investments for elderly and disabled communities to get more access, and even to visit family without relying on a ride. Yeah, I think we need to be taking care of all humans for the tech to continue being human.
So when you say getting places without relying on a ride, are you talking about an automotive industry that isn't automotive? Is that the emperor's new car that we need?
Yeah, Emperor's new car, I love that.
That was in my thesis.
Yeah. I still think that automotive could absolutely be possible in the future, but I do think an investment in public transit is just as fine. I just think access and innovation are the two things that need to coincide, because when we're only innovating for a certain population, that's not really innovation.
You're pointing a finger at luxury.
A little bit.
A little bit. That's okay.
Yeah.
We're socialists.
Yes,
here.
very much so.
Progressive designers.
Very progressive.
So is there much movement in economy cars these days?
In what way? Movement
In design, in the market? Is that a place where companies are growing, or is it mostly in luxury?
Unfortunately, not in the ways that I would like them to be, but for the everyday man who has full autonomy over their body and all their limbs, they could just sit back and relax and close their eyes behind the wheel, and that is not exactly feeding a better future, in my opinion.
Totally agree. We need embodied experiences. We are embodied people.
Yes, and we need to feel our experiences for sure.
Thank you for reminding us.
Thank you
Thank
for
you,
hearing
Anna.
me. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Tong Zhao.
Okay, hello everyone. So let's look at two things. When you see them, what's your first reaction? Do you find yourself thinking they're bad parents? But actually, it's normal if you do. And this situation has a name, technoforence. It describes when screen use disrupt your family interaction. And it has real impact. The children may lose the opportunities for verbal interaction, eye contact, and emotional connections, which can lead to the emotional and behavioral, even the social difficulties over time. So it's easy to judge the parents, right? But what if the parents are the most anxious among this situation. So today, instead to judging them, I choose to understanding them. Hi, I'm Tom, a product designer, and today I will explore this problem about the phone addictions from the how to change it and from the parents' perspective. So why do parents pick up their phone? When parents tell me I'm already overwhelmed, I just need a moment alone. Then the phone becomes the easiest escape at the house. And when I ask, what about playing with your children? The answer is, yes, I know, but is that relaxing? No, I don't want to repeat the same game again and again. Yes, I understand. Be present, take energy. Because you're playing with something you don't enjoy, or with someone who never runs out of the energy, it's tiring. And every time when you ask, what should we play together, the decision cost is high, too high. So now the question becomes, how might we help the parents and the children interaction more easier? Introducing Reliebox. Reliebox, a family toy subscription service. And for our platform matches the interest to both parents and children. We don't not only want the children to enjoy it, we also want the parent to enjoy it. So we deliver ready-to-play content right out of the box, reducing the both decision-making and learning effort. You will only receive the new product. So for the toy your kids don't want to play anymore, we have a loop system. Send them in for donation, turning the past joy into the new gift for some children that are really in need. Reliebox, sharing fun, ready to play, and no burden. When parents realize their phone is a problem, their anxiety comes from two directions. At the first, themselves, they don't know how to stop it. And on the other side, their children, they don't know how their kids will deal with the problem in the future. And many parents choose to delay. They will say, I won't give my children a phone before they are 11, 12, even 16 years old, which means the best time for children's cognitive development. And there is a behavioral brain science system behind the phone addiction. Understanding it will help both parents and children have a better relationship with the phone usage and the life routine. As the psychologist Sun Miao said, it's better to guide than to block. So I designed Lulup, a product that connects parent behavioral change with children cognitive growth. The pain point for the parents is very simple. It's hard to start and even hard to stay consistent. So the Lulup builds on the simple relationship. The parents' behavioral directly shape the children's experience. We have two parts, a device for children and an app for parents. Here is how it works.
Okay, now let's check your phone habits together.
Yes, at first the parents will acknowledge the problem in front of their child and choose one or two hobbies to change.
Go, go, go. We've taken a big step already.
And then the Lulup app can track and support the process for parents. At the same time, the children can see the progress on their own device. Also, the Lulup as an independent device can help children understanding the thinking behind avoid the phone addiction. For this part, when parents finish their daily goal, the children unlock a new content. That is a Lulup second source for motivation for parents. So the change is no longer an individual task, but a shared parent-child experience. Lulup also gets children to actively use behavioral concepts on the brain in the daily interaction like this.
Hi, Emma. When you share your time between playing, learning, and resting, your brain feels more relaxed and can come up with fun and smart ideas more easily.
And Lulup also created a daily clothing ritual.
bedtime meditation is a super cool practice. We can travel in our minds and make our brains stronger. You can set your bedtime now.
I want to sleep at 9 p.m. Yeah, so we get the time. Whether the success or fail, the system guides parents and children into a short meditation together, give them a chance to reset, adjust, and to continue. So now I want to go deeper. Are people more addicted to phone as a device, or the physical behavioral of scrolling, or just for the information? Actually, the scrolling is the beginning for everything, because when we feel bored, when we avoid awkward moments, we start scrolling. And this action is not due to the information, but in the end, people get lost in the information. And in fact, the parents' phone use in behaviorally is no different with anyone else. So let's imagine a more simple product. Introducing the Can Hard Steve.
Bored with study, this guy reaches for his phone. But what is he even looking for? Maybe right now you don't need your phone. Let's try something new. Can Hard Steve, your finger's best friend. Slicky smooth, just like your phone, but zero content and zero noise. Swipe all you want, feel the feedback. That is, no addiction, no endless feed, just pure scrolling satisfaction. Want to social in the real life? Go ahead. Can Hard Steve, no addiction, just good intentions.
Okay, thanks my actor Haase. And yes, it's touched like a phone screen and it has a rich variety of feedback types, but there's no content. And this device features a magnetic attachment allowing it to snap onto the back of your phone. So whether you use this attached to your phone or on its own, the Can Hard Steve is your reliable plan B. And I'm thinking, even when people stop scrolling, something is missing. We forget how it feels to be present. And in the end, all that's left is anger and regret. So my last project is about emotion healing and bring back the feeling of being present. I designed an experience in Central Park. People record a moment when they are fully present without the phone. Then place it on a shared map I designed. Others can follow and rediscover this moment. In the end, a surprise. We prepared an awkward ceremony for everyone to thank them for sharing, because sharing makes memories stronger. The celebration and gratefulness turns the memory into something lasting. So now, Rallybox make playing with your children easier. Lulup, grow together as a family. The Can Hard Steven, a real plan B, but also that is a text for the real life. My experience design, come back to the present moment. Actually, based on my research, the change is start beginning with the parents who are already aware, and I design for them. Then I believe the change can spread to those who are still lost. Hi, I'm Tong. Thank you. And thank you everyone to support me making everything come true. Thank you. Hi.
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 Hi. Kind Heart Steven is my favorite thing.
Thank you. That's also my favorite thing.
So I'm a parent, and my son was born the year after the iPhone, and I know what you're talking about. And it's hard to have a child, and it's hard to avoid the screen. And even when you first came into my classroom, I told you no use of the computer, and you all went, oh. So the easiest thing to do is to say, put down the phone.
Yeah.
But you didn't do that. So talk about your decision to try to use the phone, to use phone technology to fight phone addiction?
Okay, at first, everyone is not the path. We need to stay away from our phone. But actually, that is a key difference between something others like the drugs. Phone is something you cannot just remove out from your life. And in the future, basically, the phone will still be the basic toy to help us how to live. So that's why the phone is very important for my thesis. It can help my user to thinking about why they pick up it and what did they do, what they will do in the future. And I want to give them a chance to make a more conscious decision and trying to understanding it. As the math mentioned, if you want to fight with evil, you have to name it. So at the same way, if you want to fight with the phone addiction problem, you have to face it and understand why you do this action. Thank you.
I love that. You have to name the dragon. All right, everybody.
Thank you.
We're addicted to our phones. Name the dragon. Thank you, Tong.
Thank you, Sophia.
Amazing work.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Ta-Shea Brown.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming. All right, let's jump in. In July 2025, while visiting Barbados, I self-funded launched a travel summer program for children 8 to 12. Over the course of 5 days, we drove around exploring the island's hidden gem and then painted from observation the historical and prominent landmarks. With the help of cultural experts sharing their unique insights, children left with a deeper connection of the island. And that connection is why I started this camp. I wanted to ignite the love of art through the textures, the colors, and landscapes woven into the culture of Barbados. While I saw this as a single experience, the students did not. They insisted that I return. And they insisted that I return, and in no uncertain terms, I was told to recruit more students. I was told to rent a bigger vehicle and to hire them as teaching assistants. This made me realize it wasn't just about learning art, it was about bridging the gap between creativity and real world opportunity, And the response didn't stop with students. Parents spoke about the confidence it gave their child, and the story was also later featured in the Nation newspaper, showing a wider interest of this experience. So I began to ask, how might design create touch points that help children ages 8 to 12 move from making art to real world exposure in Barbados? To gain a deeper understanding, this question became the foundation of my thesis. Let me introduce that. It's called Creativity to Enterprise. To gain an understanding of how design could create those touch points, I interviewed a wide range of experts, including museum leaders, educators, artists, and therapists working across creativity and youth development. These conversations pointed to 4 distinct points along a child's creative journey from learning the real-world application. I identify those stages through the kinds of questions the children were already asking. How do I start? How do I get better? How do people see my work? And where can I go from there? So let's say, how do I start? Integrating arts education with culture-centered pedagogy will help children express themselves creatively and think critically, said Dr. Clovis Nelson, and I couldn't help but take that literally. I thought to myself, what objects in the Bajan culture actually carries meaning? Sugarcane is integral to the Caribbean. It's a part of who we are as a people, said Ray Skinner. So then that led me to ask, what are some tools that could reconnect children to this history, instill in pride and belonging? Introducing Sweet Roots. Sweet Roots is a multifunctional art-making tool shaped like a sugarcane stalk, where each note contains a different drawing tip, a marker, a pen, a pencil, and a brush. Once a child starts making, the next question becomes, how do I get better? Let's begin. Our tool is often designed for function, but Sweet Roots is actually designed for function and culture. As a child creates, they're also remembering and gaining confidence of a story that they could shape and move forward. Once a child starts making art, the next question becomes, how do I get better? They don't always feel confident, kind of like what it seems like right now for me, but I promise you that I am. In January 2026, I returned to Barbados, but this time, instead of working with children, I ran a co-creation workshop at the Caribbean Brushstrokes with primary school art teachers and visual artists. I invited them to reflect, share, and co-design what the landscape of creative development looks like in Barbados. As a part of this exercise, I asked them to trace their creative journeys back to childhood and identify the moments that shaped them. What stood out the most was that many participants could point to a single moment. One participant said, participation in a mentorship program influenced my art, and another said it actually they wish they had gotten the support instead they had to encourage themselves. That led me to Loop. Loop is a platform that makes recognition and feedback a consistent part of a child's creative journey. Let's go through Nyla's journey. She will first be prompted to find her school. After she finds her school, Nyla then will be able to see on her school's profile artworks from her classmates, and eventually she would actually want that too. So the next thing that happens, she uploads that work and asks for feedback and asks how she would want feedback. The next thing that takes place, the app then finds the artist, and then she's paired with a mentor. Okay. Now lastly, how do people see my work? How might we turn showcasing into an art experience where children understand the value of their creativity, known where they can share it, and be supported by the community? I created the Bajan lemonade stand. In the Caribbean, art isn't always seen as a worthwhile stigma. It runs deep. And to explore that, I designed a lemonade stand that allows the audience to not only purchase the lemonade, but also participate. This experience begins with a fruit card, where visitors use stickers to describe how they like their fruit. Then, using an oversized drawing tool, participants have 1 minute to jump in and add their mark. Overall, the Bajan art lemonade stand was designed to awaken a child's confidence, creativity, and entrepreneurial spirit through cultural play. The marketplace is already familiar in Barbados. It happens every week. The stand is just one typology. The beauty of the concept is that it's transferable and it can evolve around whatever a child is passionate about. And when a child has the tools, the recognition, and the taste of real-world exchange, they're ready for something bigger. As Andrea Depster Chung, notes, students develop a talent but aren't prepared for the real-world application. Caribbean Future Lab is designed to change that. By embedding a creative agency approach directly into the learning experience, students work on real projects, learning just how to make and how to think, present, and apply their ideas. Given the vibrant event and small business culture of Barbados, the program launches with 3 offerings: a logo design, a flyer, and murals. From there on, students move through 4 key phases of that creative process. It goes from when a client asks for a request, a student learns that creativity, they learn that every creative project begins with understanding someone's need. A project brief teaches them how to translate a client's vision into a creative direction. And concepts teaches them how to explain their thinking. And then lastly, delivery shows them how to move from one stage to another. Real briefs, real clients, real outcomes. TJ and Anna, Kaden, and Nyla didn't know they were giving me a thesis. They just knew what they wanted: more students, a bigger van, and jobs. But in asking for those 3 things, they handed me a framework: Sweet Root, Loop, the Bayesian Lemonade Art Stand, the Caribbean Futures Lab. 4 touch points, 1 journey, designed to meet children exactly where they are. And as Kevin Greenridge reminds us, the creative sector cannot be an afterthought in national development. It must be seen and treated as a core engine of growth. That engine doesn't start in a boardroom. It doesn't start at university. It starts now with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ta-Shea.
Thank you, Sinclair.
All I can think about is wanting to go to the Bahamas and study art.
Barbados.
The Barbados, excuse me. My dyslexia and Bayesian get mixed up. Your work, we run such a gamut here of work, from speculative to experimental to the real. This is real. I love that you were down there working with those kids, and that is straight user experience, and I love that they said, this is what we want, give it to us.
For sure.
And you did.
For sure.
So just tell me when you're going back and what are you going to do?
Tomorrow. That's a joke. That's a joke. But yes, I do intend to return.
Booking my ticket.
I intend to return as soon as possible and definitely keep going with the project. How this spills out, I'm not sure. Which one is the favorite project? I'll start there.
Which is yours?
That's a good question. I'd say probably the app. I find that pretty necessary.
And have the kids seen it? I mean, it fits in a smaller van.
It does. It does. They have not seen it yet, but they are watching, so.
All right.
Yes.
We're coming with a big van.
We are coming with a big van.
All right. Summer program, maybe we all go.
I will have a bigger van.
I think we're psyched to get out of the dark theater. It's very tempting. All right, it's beautiful work. Thank you so much, Ta-Shea.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Sophia Haase.
I've always created things through touch and hands-on making. This has helped me to build my own body of work while also supporting me in my personal life. Working with my hands is something that has always been there for me to help me process emotions I didn't have the right words for. It has given me a deep appreciation for tactility and its impact on our minds and bodies. But for most people I know, this isn't the case. They are too occupied by screens to engage in daily handwork or physical interaction. We live in a screen-dominated world where many of our daily activities happen through glass. In order to make our lives more efficient, current design takes away friction, and with it the opportunity for tactile, embodied experiences. Brett Victor explains in his rant on the future of design that picture under glass technology sacrifices all the tactile richness of working with our hands, offering instead a hokey visual facade. So without any friction, we have a big problem. Our hands are bored. We have forgotten that our hands are our most useful tool, and they are made to do so much more than just swipe, type, and scroll all day long. Inactive hands is the main problem, but it's not exactly where my research started. I was interested in the idea of nostalgia. Nostalgia is a longing for home or past that no longer exists or has never existed. I became fascinated by the concept of consumed nostalgia, or consumer goods that we miss from the past. So I compiled a timeline of products that people miss through the decades. I went deeper to learn about nostalgia and understand the reason for its reemergence. I found that people turn to nostalgia as a coping mechanism because they feel uneasy with what is going on in the world. They long for simpler and better times. But I noticed another issue. Companies are taking advantage. They are referencing nostalgic aesthetics in their products superficially, not to encourage better behaviors, but as a way to get us to buy more stuff. This is where I saw my opportunity. How can I use this growing cultural shift towards nostalgia to encourage people to go back to using their hands? Hi, I'm Sophia Haase, and my thesis is called Made by Hand, Reclaiming Analog Experiences Through Nostalgia. It explores how nostalgia can be used as an emotional and visual entry point to encourage physical engagement, practice, and handwork. I began speaking with designers, artists, printmakers, and puzzle people about everything from nostalgia to texture to craft. I asked them about the analog revolution and why they think people are drawn to products and experiences that feel simpler and hands-on. In an interview I had with Alistair Matthews and Michael Hunter, owners of La Puz Puzzles, they said making something with your own hands makes you care about it more. So I brought together participants to test this theory and see how people felt about handwork and making. After cutting, gluing, and crafting, I pulled out 4 very important insights. Users are drawn to low-skill forgiving materials because they remove the fear of doing it wrong. Game-like frameworks make people more willing to engage because the activity feels playful rather than goal-driven. Hands-on activities must be easy to start and accessible in order to help people stop and slow down. And finally, the barrier to making isn't motivation or interest, but the friction of setup, cleanup, and lack of space. From these insights, I was able to see my areas of opportunity, a starting point for my projects. My very first exploration was into the benefits of low-skill forgiving materials. This is a cutout a day, a paper experiment I completed by collecting and cutting out 1 scrap of paper each day. I enjoyed the process so much that I wanted to share my love of paper with other people, so I created Clipped for paper people. Clipped is a service that helps people identify scrap paper and provides them with clear ways to transform that paper into something new. Here is a simple piece of paper, something reminiscent of hardcover books and handwritten letters, a world before internet. There are so many different ways to transform this simple piece of paper, but I found that online directions or store-bought guides don't support the user through the entire process of upcycling. Clipped suggests activities, breaks down the work into steps, and offers guidance from a community of other paper people along the way. First, you collect paper you would normally discard. Then you snap a picture of all the pieces. Next, Clipped suggests projects based on that specific type of paper and provides step-by-step instructions or videos to learn. Finally, you can share finished work with the paper people community and even add your own projects with directions to help others. Clipped subscribers also receive a weekly wrapped paper report to show their paper personality and see the benefits of upcycling paper. From the feedback I got from Clipped, I found that people enjoyed the community that comes along with the service. I wanted to build a new product with an increased level of social interaction, and what better way for people to use their hands together than games? Games have always been a big part of my family, and a way for me and the people in my life to thoughtfully engage together. And when I talked with my participants, they felt the same. All of them preferred playing games with friends and family as opposed to by themselves. I decided to focus on a standard 52 deck because it's small, portable, and there are so many different ways to play. So I wondered, how can I use card games as a social analog activity to bring people together through play? The same participants also reported they often forget game instructions, and directions online are confusing and hard to follow. So I set out to make a better way to teach and learn card games together with a new option to invent your own. Introducing Pocket Pair, a better way to learn and enjoy card games together. It's a simple and nostalgic app that allows individuals to learn classic card games as well as come up with new ones. Pocket Pair encourages hands-on interaction in a casual yet gamified way and allows friends to learn the rules together so they can put down their phones and get back to playing. This app is inspired by early intuitive interfaces, helping you to easily discover new card games and save all of your favorites in one spot so you can come back to them at any time. Pocket Pair is different from searching directions online or other apps because it allows you to input rules for games you create or even add in specific house rules. I imagine the world with my new app and how I could urge others to get involved. As a helpful tool at game night or at the bar with friends, Pocket Pair encourages people to give their hands something better to do. Easy entry soon became an important part of my thesis. I needed activities, like a deck of cards, that were simple and accessible to get people involved and comfortable with using their hands. This led me to stamps. Something near and dear to my heart because of my love of printmaking, but I also learned from my research the real advantages of stamps. I spoke with Will Mower, the creator of Blockface, a type-focused printmaking kit, who said printmaking has an immediacy that's very accessible and desirable. There's instant gratification. I experimented with the No Doubt stamp, a way to turn anything into a masterpiece, and even designed a custom typeface by carving into tiny pink erasers and stamping them. I did all of this before deciding I needed to share my love of stamps with the world. This is Stampix, a collective analog stamp mural. It's a large stamp by number installation that transforms a canvas into a welcoming creative opportunity. I felt that stamps could be a nostalgic childhood tool and low area entry point to get people making. My goal was to use stamping as a hands-on creative process that gives people permission to experiment and helps them build confidence through using their hands. In order to eliminate the intimidation of a blank canvas, I pre-marked a grid with clear indicators for where colors should go. The event was truly a success, and I was delighted by everyone who stopped on their walk to contribute a stamp and experience the joy of analog. So now you are super crafty and you love to do so many different things with your hands. You upcycle scrap paper, play card games with friends and family, and experiment with colorful stamps. But there's one little problem. You have lots of new hobbies and materials scattered everywhere around your tiny New York City apartment. I found that the barriers to hands-on activities aren't motivation or interest, but the friction of setup, cleanup, and lack of space. One of my workshop participants said, "I live in a small, cluttered studio already, and to make a mess feels bad. It's also pressure to finish what you are doing so you can clean up." I started playing around with storage when I constructed a handful, a cartoon-inspired stackable desk organizer, a way to bring back daily tactility. It was convenient, but way too small. I wanted something that could store many items for all types of activities. Imagine the intersection between your dad's daunting toolbox and your cluttered craft drawers from Michael's, something sturdy and reliable while at the same time inviting. So I built Dextra. Dextra is a multi-level storage system for your crafts, tools, games, or any materials from your new analog hobbies. Dextra provides storage for those who live in small spaces, but also focuses on visibility, highlighting the individual's handiwork by putting it on display. The logo and color palette are heavily inspired by the past. I pulled vibrant red and soft pastels from vintage toys and furniture to trigger physical memories, evoking a sense of tactility and nostalgia. Dextra's colorful exterior keeps every project contained and organized, while inside, each tray doubles as a workspace. You can make, play, or build right in the tray and put away once finished. The transparent top layer becomes an exhibit of your current work, keeping it the most visible, while the rest of the drawers store other in-progress tasks for later. A way to keep your work out of the junk drawer. The final product is not only an eye-catching piece to keep in your home, but a constant reminder to you and those in your life of the benefits of daily handwork. In a world where so much happens on screens, this is a reminder that our hands still matter, that there's value in trying, doing, and making. I hope you can see that nostalgia shouldn't be used as a way to escape the present, but to engage with it more fully, one analog experience at a time. Thank you to my dad, my mom, Andy and James, and all of my family watching near and far. I couldn't have done this without you. to my class and my friends in the program, and finally to Alan and Sinclair for your guidance. Thank you. Hey, Sinclair.
Hey, Sophia. I think you know how much we share in this. When I first became director of the Visible Futures Lab, the previous director said they hired a Luddite to run the VFL. And while you were doing this thesis, I was exploring a new direction for our curriculum, which is similar. And you know, it begs the question, and this kind of goes to Tong's thesis, we can't just put new technologies down. Mm-hmm. So how do we get more handwork into technologies that seem to be innovating in a direction of leisure and avoiding menial work? How do we get using our hands back into digital tech?
In my research, I found some companies that were going back to more analog features in their products, like buttons or cords and things like that, which I appreciate, but I think that the real way has to be in the technology itself. Like I mentioned in some of my work, I think that features or apps that are simpler and are more geared toward one use is gonna be something that supports handwork and makes it easier and more accessible for someone to do, so that they actually want to use their phone, put it down, and get back to doing something else. So I think it's got to be in the phone and not just a button, even though I love buttons.
Buttons and knobs, knurling, more knurling.
Knurling.
More knurling.
Yeah.
Bigger knurling.
Bigger
Complex knurling. All right.
Yeah.
Big textures. Wonderful.
Thank
so
you.
much work, so much energy and joy. Thank you, Sophia.
Thank you, Sinclair.
Please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Chen-Yue Zhou.
On social media, numbers are everywhere. Likes, comments, views, saves. These signals do not only shape what we see, they also shape how we think about what's posting. This kind of setup used to belong more to creators, but now this logic is starting to affect ordinary users too. Even normal posting can come with pressure, not to look professional, but to look interesting, real, or worth seeing. This is not just personal. 45% of Gen Z feel too much pressure to be perfect online, while also wanting people to show their real selves. So the pressure is not only perfection, but a convincing realness. So I started to ask one main question: what exactly has social media changed? I became interested in this idea of realness. The pressure is not only to look perfect, but to look convincingly real. Hi everyone, I'm Chen-Yue. My thesis looks at how social media turns everyday moments into things we feel we should record and share. To understand this, I looked at what happens before a post becomes visible, the hesitation, the filtering, and the imagined audience. So I created a workshop called Post Playground. In the workshop, participants made different kinds of posts across different platforms. This helped me see that posting is not only about content, but also about the pressure around it. And what I found was that people still want to share, but even ordinary sharing already comes with hesitation, selection, waiting, and imagined feedback. I also spoke with creators, designers, media professionals, and ordinary users. These conversations helped me see that the issue is not only personal, but also systemic, shaped by visibility, feedback, and reaction. So, from this research, I came to three main insights. First, sharing is shaped by imagined audience and feedback. Second, recording becomes a process of filtering and judging. And the last, response becomes faster, more visible, but also lighter. So I stopped thinking about one post and started thinking about one whole system around a moment. A moment is lived, captured, reviewed, shared, and responded to. That became the structure for my 4 interventions. The first part of the system is capture. What happens at the very beginning, before a moment becomes content? One creator I interviewed said, before I even post, I'm already thinking, is this worth showing? So, what if we can capture a moment before that judgment takes over? This led to Moku. Moku is a screenless wearable camera designed for quiet automatic capture. Its idea is simple. Live first, remember later. Moku is designed to be warm, not constantly operated. It captures quietly in the background without asking users to frame, preview, or keep checking every image. And this map shows why Moku sits in a different category. Most tools are either built for high-performance capture or nostalgic photo taking. Moku combines the delay of film with the ease of a wearable object. And these details support how Moku is used. The code makes it wearable. The lens cover protects the camera and hands from a taser when removed. The status light and interval control keep it simple and screenless. And the magnetic clip helps it attach easily to clothing, strips, or bags. Moku can be used during trips, gatherings, and shared time. It records the memory without making people stop, pause, or pull out a phone. And this is the kind of image language Moku produces. Not perfect shots, but fragments. Ordinary moments often missed when people are too busy framing or judging. I also designed a companion app for Moku. Through the app, users can check battery, storage, setting, and captured photos. They can also set a capture interval from 50 seconds to 3 minutes. So the app supports the hardware, but the main experience still stays focused on quiet capture first. For the color, material, and finish, I choose a softer direction. I wanted Moku to feel wearable, visible, and non-performative. I also made physical models to test scale, shape, and wearability. This helped me refine how Moku sits on the body. So Moku changes how a moment is captured, but once capture changes, the next question becomes, how should those images return? The second part of the system is review. One participant told me, once the image appears, I immediately start choosing, judging, or deleting. So, what if we can let images return as memory, not instant proof? This led to in-between. In-between is another way for Moku images to return, not as instant photos to check, but as delayed memory artifacts. Its idea is capture now, review later. In-between works through 4 steps: capture, pause, return, and reflect. Moments are captured, held back, returned later as a contact sheet, and only then revisited with less pressure to judge. So, after a Moku session ends, users choose how the role should return. The images return later as a personal package. What users receive is not just a file. The return is designed as an artifact, slower and more intentional. The contact sheet became especially important. It shows the whole role, not only the best image. That keeps ordinary, imperfect, or accidental moments visible. I also developed service levels. At the most basic level, the photos return to the user. At higher levels, the service becomes more reflective and relational, where memory can even return to someone else, like a parent, partner, or friend. So after thinking about the capture and review, the next question became sharing. If people still want to share ordinary life, how can that feel lighter? The third part of the system is share. This part is about what happens when people still want to post, but do not want posting to feel so heavy. One creator told me, even when I'm posting for friends, I still think too much about whether it's worth sharing. So, what if we can make everyday sharing feel more like participation than performance? That idea became Daily Hunt. Daily Hunt is a friends-only photo app built around a daily scavenger-style prompt. Instead of rewarding polish or performance, it gives users a reason to post simply in order to take part. So I start on the home screen and tap Start Today. Then I see today's hunt. Who are you hanging out with right now? I can also see how much time is left today and how many friends have already posted. Then I tap Capture. The camera opens and I take one real-time photo. There's no upload from the camera roll. After taking the photo, I tap Post to unlock. Immediately, the friends wall opens. Now I can see my friends' photos for today. I can also tap on a friend's photo to open it and leave a like. Below that, I can also see which friends haven't posted yet. What I wanted to change here was a social loop. In ordinary posting, the pattern is often hesitate, polish, post, and wait for reaction. In Daily Hunt, the flow becomes prompt, respond, post, unlock, and participate. But even after capture, review, and sharing, one question still remains. What happens after people respond? The final part of the system is respond. One participant said, sometimes I know people reacted, but it still doesn't feel very personal. So I asked, what if we can make a like feel slower, more personal, and harder to ignore? This took me to my final intervention, a like in real life. This project takes the smallest digital gesture, a like, and turns it into something more memorable. The experience works as a chain. Each participant responds to the previous person's Polaroid with one like sticker and one short positive line, then becomes the next portrait. At the end, the Polaroid and envelope are mailed back to them. What mattered was the exchange. Each person responded to a stranger's photo by hand, so the gesture felt more visible than a like online. So the result is not just a reaction count. The like becomes something people can hold, keep, and remember. Across these 4 interventions, I'm not asking people to share less. I'm asking how recording, reviewing, sharing, and responding could feel less performative. Moku changes capture. In between slows review. Daily Hunt makes sharing lighter. And a like in real life makes responses more meaningful. I want to thank everyone who supported me throughout my thesis, especially my parents, my friends, and the people who helped me feel at home in New York. Thank you.
Thank you, Jinyue.
Thank you, Sinclair.
This is a big topic. Social media can seem superficial or small on the surface, but what you're talking about is an issue that a lot of younger generations are not doing critical, basic human activities because of performance anxiety. And so I'm interested in how you are developing this technology that arguably constantly records and yet also alleviates anxiety.
Yeah, that's a great point. So actually, I think we are anxious because we are trying too hard to look good for the camera. But with Moku, my wearable camera, you don't have to do anything. You can just wear it and let it take photo for you quietly and automatic in the background. And sometimes you will even forget it's even there. So since you don't have to take a photo, your hands are totally free and you can look at the person and talk. And you can just be yourself again.
It's hard. There are cameras all around us. It's hard. It's hard to remember that. I'd love to test it and see how it works.
Yeah, sure.
Your prototypes are extraordinary. Your industrial design is amazing.
Thank you. I'm also proud of that too.
Good. I remember all your tiny parts hanging in the studio and you're spraying them. Made me very, very happy.
Thank you.
Yeah. So when do we get them? They're so real.
Maybe like in 5 years.
Okay. Okay. Well, we'll try not to get too anxious before then. Thank you, Senue.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Gudrun Torfadottir.
I grew up in Iceland, where all energy generated is renewable. Electricity there is clean, abundant, and affordable. Clean energy isn't a choice, it's just a way of life. So when I think of energy generators, I think of this. I think of hydroelectric, geothermal, and wind power. However, when I came to New York, one of the most powerful cities in the world, I was shocked that they're still burning coal to generate electricity. I started asking myself, did I leave my clean energy lifestyle back home in Iceland? And then the electricity bill arrives every month. A constant reminder that you're paying a lot for energy you have little say in choosing. Hi, my name is Gudrun Torfadottir, and my thesis is called Designing Everyday Energy, Reimagining Renewables in the Home. In New York, majority of the residents are renters, and renters face a unique challenge. We live in compact spaces we don't own, which means that we have little say in how our building gets energy. Space is already limited, and therefore at a premium. Even if we wanted to adopt clean energy generators, we don't have room to accommodate them. And renters are simply not going to invest in mechanical systems for a building they don't own to become more energy efficient. There is no incentive to invest in systems we can't take with us when we move out. So how might we develop portable consumer products for people to reduce energy cost? The most common way for people to get into renewables are solar panels. They seem like the obvious answer, right? But there's a problem. They're not designed for compact cities like New York. And here's why. The average home in New York is 737 square feet. It requires 5.5 solar panels to power the home with this square footage for only 1 day. 5.5 solar panels take up the same amount as 5 parking spaces. And not many of us have space to park 5 cars in our apartment. Maybe this would be different if renters has access to their building's rooftops, but that's rarely the case. These physical constraints make it challenging for renters to transition into renewable energy. So my question became, can renters actually become part of the energy transition? I spoke with a range of subject matter experts, from politicians and engineers to designers and business people, each bringing a different perspective to the problem. Guðlaugur, the former Minister of Environment and Energy and Climate in Iceland, put it simply that climate issues are basically about one thing: removing fossil fuels and replacing them with green energy. And that clarity struck with me throughout the whole project. One thing I learned is that our energy demands shift throughout the day. And so do the prices. From October to May, electricity is 5 times more expensive during the peak hours, which is from 8 a.m. to midnight. And in the summer, they are 14 times more expensive during those hours. With this in mind, could we change when we use our electricity and save money in the process? I started ideating around a battery generator. that could store energy during the off-peak hours when the electricity is cheap, and charge the home during peak hours when electricity is expensive. When talking to Sofia Haase, a former designer at IKEA, she reminded me about the importance of having a product being easily placed in the home. And good words came back to me here too. People don't engage when systems feel too complex or expensive. Whatever I designed had to feel effortless, and with all that in mind, I introduced the battery cubes. They're stackable modular battery units designed specifically for renters. The battery plugs into a wall and harnesses electricity from the grid during the off-peak hours, when electricity is cheap. Then during the peak hours, it charges your home, meaning that you're always running on the less expensive electricity, allowing the savings to come from the difference. The battery comes in an off-white color designed to blend in the already crowded space of a New York home. When presenting it to a battery engineer, he had a great insight. How about having tiny batteries like Legos that can be connected to build a larger system? That way, whether you live in a studio or a two-bedroom, the battery scales to fit your life. That idea led me to a mini version. The cubes snap together like Lego bricks, so users can customize the layout, shape, and pattern to match their space and their personality, turning something functional into something personal. Because when every cube can be arranged, stacked, and configured to your own taste, the battery stops being an appliance and becomes a piece of art that's uniquely yours. But why a wall frame specifically? So I did a survey, and participants answered that the most unused space in their home are the walls. So that's exactly where the battery should live. Now the battery is sitting in our apartment, taking up space and pulling electricity from the grid. How can we harness electricity in other ways while making better use of our space for other purposes? And more specifically, how can we capture electricity through the kinetic movements that already happens in our homes? Introducing Rykke, an energy-generating chair. Rykke was inspired by Danish mid-century furniture, and to charge, you plug your device and start rocking the chair. But why a rocking chair? I explored all kinds of kinetic movements in the home, such as doors, handles, sinks, and more. But I kept coming to one principle I'd taken from Sika: don't waste the precious space. Whatever I designed had to already exist in the home. And one of the most common furniture pieces in the homes are chairs. Since chairs can be rocked, I want to take advantage of that movement to create electricity. And one way to create electricity is using piezoelectric material. But how does that work? So this is piezoelectric material. When the material is put between two metal plates and is put under pressure, it creates electric charge. Kind of like when you squeeze a wet sponge, water comes out of it, but instead water is actually electricity. And now by embedding this material into rockers, every rocker generates a small amount of electricity. The movement was always there, but now it's just finally being put to work. But designing products wasn't enough for me. I kept asking myself, how do we spread awareness about renewable energy to the people of New York City? I thought back how I personally connect to renewable energy in Iceland. It was never about technology or infrastructure for me. It was about nature, purity, and the feeling that energy around you is alive and clean. And I wanted New Yorkers to experience that, even if it's just a small version of that. I started sketching out the hand crank generator. I wanted to build it from scratch, so I went to the basics, using copper wire and magnets. When spinning the generator, it powers a string nestled in moss. You generate the energy and you see it come to life right in front of you. It's not really about saving the planet in the moment. It's about making the connection feel real and personal for the very first time. So here are my 3 projects: the battery cubes, Rykke, and Raf, the hand crank generator. Together, they represent a vision for how renewables can live in the city. Not on a rooftop or in a power plant, but right where you are. Growing up in Iceland, clean energy was just life. It wasn't a political statement or a luxury. It was simply how things were. And moving to New York, I realized that most people have never had that experience. And I wanted to change that, even in a small way. This is how I'm bringing a piece of my home to the city, and I hope it opens up conversations because there are endless possibilities to generate renewable energy all around us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gudrun.
Thank you.
That's amazing. I remember your your background's in engineering.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and in the fall, you had pages and pages of really intimidating math. And you looked down at it sort of bored and were like, ugh, and wanted to make way for this furniture designer to emerge. And she did.
Yeah.
You got a lot of hats. And so what's the plan?
I think I kind of want to work on integrating technology into furniture. I would love to start a company. But however, I think I kind of want to, get some industry knowing. But I don't know. I would love to become like the Iron Man of furniture, to be honest. I think that would be cool.
The Iron Man of furniture?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, the VFL is yours until mid-August. So, Tony, what's step one?
Step one?
Yeah.
Jeez, I haven't thought about that. Just making, sketching, doing everything.
So do you have other pieces in the line, and would they all involve piezoelectricity and kinetic motion?
Well, I would love to go from piezoelectricity to kinetic motion, because I just believe that will create more or produce more electricity. But I also really want to focus on making furniture look simple and good, because I feel like most of the technological furniture devices, they look too techy and don't look good, and I don't want them in my home. So I feel like there's a space that we can create to make more good-looking technology furniture.
That's kind of your general thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like make this work in the home, bring aesthetics into it. And the market is getting big enough that you can do that.
Yeah, of course.
Not just in Iceland.
No, not just in Iceland.
So you're going to stay here and do that?
Yeah, I want to stay here.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Carol Tien.
My project started from a feeling I often experience, but couldn't quite put into words. I realized that I don't talk about my anxiety, not because I don't need support, but because I don't know how to express it in a way that feels safe. Hi, my name is Carol. My thesis is titled Expressing 焦虑 or anxiety in American contexts. It explores how Asian culture values shape the way anxiety is experienced and expressed, and how we might design more empathetic ways to support that. My target audiences are young Chinese women aged 20 to 35 who moved from China to the United States, students and early career professionals, people who prefer nonverbal or low exposure ways of expressing emotions. In interviews and workshops, people mention many times, I feel like if I say it out loud, it becomes a burden to others. My research found 3 key forces cultural norms that value emotional restraint, pressure from family, work, and self-expectations, a mismatch with existing support systems. More support systems assume people should openly express their feelings, but for many Chinese users, expression is often indirect or internal. So the issue isn't just anxiety, it's the lack of a fitting way to cope. HELD introduces a nonverbal emotional interaction system for young adults dealing with stress and unexpressed emotions. It combines a sculptural tabletop device with a simple digital layer, allowing people to release emotions instantly without needing words or social exposure. It works as a simple emotional flow. First, express. When anxiety arises, users can release it right away without organizing their thoughts or finding the right words. Then, hold. Instead of sending anything right away, the system creates a delay. This gives a space for emotions to settle, reducing the risk of impulsive or uncomfortable sharing. Finally, recover. Users can return to a more stable state, while also having a subtle way to reflect on what they felt. Rather than pushing people to communicate instantly, HELD supports a quieter process, feeling, holding, and gradually letting go. There is a short video of how this interaction with the physical device works. HELD responds with soft light, creating a sense of warmth and calm. The app extends this experience. When emotional pressure builds, the user can express their states directly toward the device. Once an expression is made, the system captures that state but does not immediately share it. This eliminates the pressure of instant sharing and creates a safe buffer. At this stage, user can choose to reflect, define the intensity, or simply move on. The system then enters a buffering phase. During this time, the device uses soft lightning and rhythmic feedback to create a calm environment, allowing emotions to gradually settle. After this buffer, the system gently prompts user to reflect on their current emotional state. Emotional signals are shared only with a small group of trusted individuals. Over time, the system builds a clear timeline to help users observe and identify signs of recovery. HELD supports a single moment of release, but anxiety doesn't just appear once, it repeats. From the interview, I heard, "I don't have a routine to deal with it, it just builds up." It made me think people need more than just a moment, they need a ritual. So I designed the Calm Club, a monthly sensory care service for people who feel anxious but don't know how to release or regulate stress. We offer personalized sensory ritual kits. Before sending the kit, members will select a ritual direction that matches their current needs: grounding, smoothing, or releasing. Each kit includes sensory objects, local fragrances and teas, and personal artifacts connected to a specific city. It also includes a letter from a girl in the city, aligning with an item she personally chose. By linking each kit to a city, Calm Club creates a quiet sense of connection across distance, allowing users to receive care from someone far away. A guided ritual card then turns the kit into a small, repeatable daily practice. Through CompKit, people can get a quiet way to process emotions, a sense of stability and control, and a ritual they can return to over time. Finally, I explored a collective version of release. What if anxiety could be transformed from something hidden into something visible, shared, and ultimately released? To respond to this question, I designed the shadow party. It turns your anxiety into confetti and celebrates its disappearance. Let me show you the whole process through a video. Participants will receive a writing board with prompts and seed paper. They can write down their anxieties based on the prompts or choose to write according to their own thoughts. After writing down their anxieties, participants will use scissors to tear the seed paper into pieces. Participants will place the paper into confetti and launch it. This is a collective ritual that transforms anxiety into a visible shared moment of release. After the event, participants can take home a fridge magnet and stickers as an extension of the ritual, something that gently brings back that feeling of joy each time they see it. Through this experience, participants were able to externalize their anxiety. Releasing their anxiety together with others created a sense of connection, helping them realize that they were not the only ones going through this. And that's when I realized expression doesn't have to be verbal. It can be physical, indirect, and shared. This work would not exist without the people who supported and guided me throughout this process. Thank you all for being here today and sharing this moment with me.
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you, Sinclair.
This is very brave work.
Thank you.
I thank you for looking at what's hard for you and challenging that and standing up there and talking about it. I'm curious how it was received when you shared what you were doing with friends and family at home or in your community here and friends. What were the responses when you said, I'm going to talk about my anxiety?
Yeah, well, they're interested because everybody has anxiety, and
yeah,
yes, and they're excited to see my final delivery. They're surprised what I get.
And do you feel you were able to draw some people out and help give them some relief with the work and with the process?
Sure. That's why I focus on this topic. I just want to help people. Yes.
And what are your next steps?
My next step, I would say I will do something else. I spent a lot of time on this and
Enough anxiety.
yes.
Yeah. Maybe some laughter.
Yeah. Some cheerful.
Dance.
Yeah.
Cooking. That can be anxiety too. You could get nervous in the kitchen.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you, Sinclair.
Well, thank you, Carol.
Please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Jessie Wang.
Hi everyone, I'm Jessie Wang. I'm an interior designer, product designer, and someone who has also designed a restaurant before. But today, I would like to speak you not just as a designer, but as a brand founder. Welcome to my thesis, Table for One, Building a Culture of Solo Dining. So going to gym by yourself, shopping by yourself, getting a haircut by yourself, these are all accepted as normal solo activities. Before I begin, I want to ask you a simple question. Have you ever gone solo dining? Yes? Oh, I heard some yes. Okay. Well, in 1980s, comedies called The Lonely Guy, eating alone was portrayed as unusual, awkward, even a little tragic. And honestly, I used to think the same. I assumed solo dining was a consequence of loneliness. But I was all wrong. Today, things have changed. Solo dining is actually no longer unusual. It is becoming a lifestyle. According to OpenTable, solo dining reservation grew by 29% in 2 years in the US. 60% had eaten out alone in the past year. 65% said they plan to continue doing so. So the question is, what makes people willing to go solo dining? From my interviews, I heard Cindy said, I live with my roommates, so eating out alone gives me personal space. Alex said, I can order whatever I want. I don't have to take care of others. Andrew, a dad, told me, this is the only time I can just sit with myself and think. And as OpenTable CEO Debbie Sue says, after pandemic, remote work driven people to dine out as a break from home, but beyond that, there's a deeper shift towards self-care and enjoying one's own company. So I chose New York City as my starting point because it is a behavior, can become a culture, it can happen here. In New York City, 1 in 3 households lives alone. Apartments are small, often limiting private space. People work fast, live independently. And also New York is one of the top destinations for solo travelers. To better understand the challenges around solo dining, I created a research tool in the format of a menu and invite people who regularly dine alone to fill it out during their actual dining experience. After collecting the responses, several patterns emerge. Menus are not designed for one person. Portions are often too large or priced for two. They hesitate to try unfamiliar restaurants. Solo diners tend to repeat the same meal. At the same time, I interviewed restaurant staff. Virgil said, we love solo diners, but one person can't compete with a table of 8. To further understand this, I tried to reserve a table for myself on Google Maps on a Saturday night. I found that some restaurants do not accept reservation for one person during peak hours, and some dishes are only offered in portions for 2. Based on this research, I found that there is significant friction between solo diners and where dining happens. The problem is not solo dining. The problem is the lack of a system that supports it. So today, I'm introducing Solo Dining Plus. It's a brand and system designed to support, structure, and scale solo dining as both a cultural movement and a business opportunity. Solo Dining Plus is an ecosystem composed of 4 key parts: the Solo Saver app, Solo Diner Happy Hour, Playware, the Solo Diner Guide. The first part I want to introduce is the Solo Saver app. It's a platform that helps solo diners discover restaurants that truly support solo dining. It includes an AI companion called Table Talk. You tell where you are, what you are eating, and how you feel. It responds to your experience, helps you slow down, reflect, and fully engage with the moment. At the end, it generates a reflection you can choose to share, turning a solo experience into a shared cultural archive. Next up, let's talk about a strategy that's changing the game for both the table and the kitchen: Solo Diner Happy Hour. We are not just talking about a discount. We're talking about a partnership-based activation that flips the script on off-peak hours. We've teamed up with Soul Salon in the heart of NYC to launch our flagship Solo Diner Happy Hour at 5 p.m. The menu? Forget the struggle of choosing between cocktail or snack. Our menu lets you choose one from each, a drink, small bite, and a mean. It's adaptable, and also the restaurant is turning those slow hours into a vibrant hub. But the real magic isn't just on the plate. During this hour, we offer optional experiences, whether it's reading, drawing, or more. We're creating a sanctuary for personal enjoyment. And as you finish your meal, there's one last touch. You will receive a fortune cookie message left by a previous solo diner. I write one for the next, a quiet connection without ever meeting. Third, we introduce playware that offers something simple, interaction and play. You're at a table for one, hungry, and then the wait. What do? You look around, you check your phone for the 20th time, and suddenly your thumb is tired. And I started to wonder, why is cutlery only designed to put food into your mouth? What if it could do more? I believe cutlery can be more than just a tool. It can be a bridge between your inner world and the external environment. So I designed a set of modular silverware. You become the architect. You rotate it, assemble it, and compose a masterpiece while you wait for your mac and cheese. When you begin to play with it, you are not just preparing to eat. You're engaging in a sensory dialogue. And yes, you need to hit the restroom, but you are not done with that mac and cheese? Snap, clip, done. Assemble your tools into a sign that says BRB. Still eating. I will be right back. No one can take your food. Enjoy your meal. Finally, we introduced the Solo Diner Guide. Michelin encouraged people to travel. This encouraged people to live and eat independently. Michelin Guide evaluates restaurants based on culinary excellence. The Solo Diner Guide evaluates something different. How a restaurant performs when you are dining solo. It is a global platform that recognizes solo-friendly restaurants with over 85 partner restaurants. The platform builds a network across cities. And each year, we host awards such as Best Solo Seating Experience, Best Solo Menu Design, Best Ambient Experience, and more. We evaluate not just food, but spatial comfort, privacy. Beyond the system, this is not just a service, it's a culture where being alone feels natural, small moments are meaningful, and independence becomes something shared. As the founder behind Solo Dining Plus, I see our mission extending far beyond the four walls of a restaurant. We are building a moment that celebrates the architecture of independence. This is why we created Solo Hour Radio.
Good evening, New York. You're listening to Solo Hour Radio.
It's a podcast dedicated to share the beautiful nuanced stories of people navigating life on their own terms in the heart of the world's big cities. When you see our brand mark in the wild, remember that Solo Dining Plus represents a new value plus for the modern urbanite. It is a philosophy built on enjoyment, immersion, accessibility, playfulness. And it starts here, in New York, but it doesn't stay here. The Solo Dining Plus evolves into a global network. A solo diner in New York can feel the same comfort in Tokyo, Paris, or anywhere in the world. So today, I invite you to sit at a table for one to enjoy your moment. Welcome to the culture of solo dining. Thank you. And to everyone who has shaped my journey, 'I love you'.
'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you'. 'I love you
Did you say mac and cheese?
I think so.
Yeah, you said it a couple of times, right?
Yeah, like
Yeah, okay.
twice, yeah.
No further questions. I would like to be the world's best cutlery architect.
Okay.
This was a really interesting process where you worked with the stigma of sitting alone and were dogged in as you are with ketchup, which is a whole other story that they don't know about. Wow, what you can do with ketchup. And there's so much joy and fun in this. Are we, though, then headed to being seduced into being a world of international lonely eaters?
Well, I think nowadays it's just a lot of people, I believe, if they choose eating by themselves, they actually choose to get a delivery food. But somehow I think my brand Solo Dining Plus is actually, we're kind of encourage people to step back into the public space and to actually observe the people, to hear the room, and also like feel the vibe of the city. I believe I create a physical like interaction, and so that somehow that experience, I believe, you will feel way fresh than you just stay home on your screen, just on your couch and eating your delivery food.
So the secret ingredient, the magic trick, is at the end of this, there's connection, like your fortune cookie.
Yeah.
You go out thinking you're alone, but you're connecting through the experience.
Yes, definitely, totally.
And can you level up?
Level up?
Like, what happens if I want to solo dine together?
Wow.
Can I go?
Yeah, let's go together.
All right, let's go. Mac and cheese.
Mac and cheese, yes.
Thank you, Jesse.
Thank you, Sinclair.
Please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Daniella Carmel Berg.
Good evening. My name is Carmel Berg. I live in New York City, and I live within its bureaucracy. Bureaucracy is how the city of New York organizes itself. It creates ideas of hierarchy, clean boundaries, and linearity. It is efficient and it is rigid, but that is not how the lives in New York City exist. They are interconnected and interdependent.
I'm getting on the 6 to get to my shift.
I'm on my way to stay with a friend.
The light reflecting off the building was, and it reminds me of taking walks with my uncle.
I'm going with my friends to the Lower East Side, and they're going home, and we had a beautiful day.
We're going home, and home is a really, really great place.
I'm staying with a friend because my husband left me, and that's where I have to stay.
Watching the ice facilities, they took it in my neighbors this week.
So I'm taking a lot of trains out to Brooklyn, staying in an environment that's not what I expected.
Everything's going to be okay one day. It might not be okay now, but everything's going to be okay. There's like a beautiful painting just passing you by.
Our daily reminder of our interconnection is the train. That clip was from a project called Stories in Transit, where I invited New Yorkers to share a story from the subway platform about where they were heading to. I made signs mimicking the MTA service change notices nearly exactly so they wouldn't immediately be noticed by MTA workers, but placed them slightly askew so they would still catch people's eyes. When people scanned the QR code, it took them to an app I made, which allowed them to anonymously record a story. I then took those clips and added sound played by New York City musicians who I asked to interpret the sounds of the subway through their instruments. Another set of QR codes went up so people could listen to these stories while they rode the train to where they were going. I was thinking about how incredibly visible we all are to each other on the train, and what the difference between being seen and understood is, or what the difference is between what is visible as opposed to what is legible. The more people experience an issue, the less likely they are to report it. Despite how hyper-visible an infrastructure and maintenance issue are, there is a redundancy bias to us really noticing them. I thought of creating a tool a citizen-authored bureaucracy could help to address these redundancy biases, because we don't just experience it, the city does as well. and when the same information can take on a different meaning when authored by the city versus when it is authored by a citizen. When I called 311 in January, it was because the traffic lights went out on the block where I work. The operator asked me questions clearly designed to elicit certain responses so they could route me to a specific department as quickly as possible. It was efficient but limiting. Within a block of this one intersection, there is a college, a middle school, a homeless shelter, 3 bus stops, and heavy traffic. Yes, the Department of Transportation needed to be notified, but I also needed the city to understand the nature of this intersection because the issue needed multiple layers of response. I was asked several times, is there imminent danger? Needing a specific verbiage from me so they could trigger a specific response. There wasn't immediate danger. There was the potential for it. Potentiality is not a category in the system. The operator asked for a third time to suggest to me to say yes, which then triggered a routing to 911, who then dispatched an officer to act as a crossing guard. During this call, I was routed 3 times to 2 different agencies for one issue. While I was given a reference number, because of the routing through the departments, my complaint doesn't exist in the 311 database. When something is efficient, it can be hard to argue why it should change. And efficiency is how bureaucracy defends its decision-making. But efficiency doesn't cover the full scope. It doesn't measure depth and quality. It measures speed of execution within existing channels according to the existing organization of things. Bureaucracy through its system of organization creates fragmentation. When interviewing people who work across municipal departments, city offices, and nonprofits, a few inefficiencies became very apparent. People who work in the city are overwhelmed with their workloads, and because of this, really do not like speaking across departments. A form of communication that is needed to improve civic services doesn't happen because of efficiency, which then, ironically, causes more inefficiency because people aren't working with the information they need. Efficiency isn't always the correct metric. Citizens understand how the city works through the point of view of their issues, but the city only presents itself to citizens as it understands itself, which is through departments. Only quantitative information, which can be simplified to one-word data points, is what's preserved in the formal information network of the city. All of these problems point to an issue in the quality of interconnection between departments and in the quality of information those departments use. Lines and grids help with things moving quickly through a system, but when things move quickly through a system, not everything makes it through. Grids and lines are not enough for the city. It also needs meshes. If you look at things from a larger perspective, New York City isn't a grid, it's a mesh. A mesh is a structure that is flexible. A section can change while the rest maintains its shape. If we intentionally design meshes, they can sit in between departments, adding connectivity between them without disturbing their existing operations. Design meshes that mimic the realities of the city, like the living meshes, for example. Social workers, principals, activists, neighbors, artists, people whose lived experiences give them their unique insight in how to navigate the city's lines and how to help others navigate them as well. So shouldn't our information systems mimic the living meshes we already have? Can't civic data amount to something greater than just efficient, but still be efficient? Can it be interwoven like a mesh, relational like we are? Well, in New York City, we relate to each other by complaining. We understand the city through our issues. We need a system of information, a data set that enters the city's systems that is authored by citizens. As the city's information infrastructure exists now, we are limited to not only being able to speak to the city if we already know our issue category and what department it belongs to. But if civic data is meant to represent a lived experience and not a performance metric, then not only are these categories limiting, they remove the citizen from being a co-constituent in their civic systems, because authorship also suggests ownership. In media theory, where I came from before working in design, the concepts of authorship and medium are central. You've heard the phrases, the medium is the message, and whoever controls the media controls the mind. What they mean is whoever authors information owns the information, and whoever owns the information controls it and what it can do. In archival work, there is a principle called provenance. It is a principle that a record must maintain a traceable connection to its origin and its original author. The provenance of a work being properly preserved proves its authenticity. In a civic data context, this means that a testimony from a citizen needs to be held in the system without being rewritten by categories. This is challenging because qualitative, anecdotal information gets turned into rigid data categories so that it is queryable or searchable, so that it can be used. Citizen set could be an information intaking and processing system that can maintain the provenance of the original testimony from a citizen, but still tag it so that it can be used in the city's systems. Live highlighting to tag would allow this to be done efficiently. An operator can tag any word or phrase as either citizen data, meaning it is qualitative, or as city data, meaning it is quantitative, and will match up an existing field in New York City's existing data sets, which currently only hold quantitative city-authored data. Both quantitative and qualitative tags being created together and both being tied to the same original piece of provenance, it allows for qualitative citizen-authored information to be pulled up alongside the existing quantitative data sets while it is being searched. Citizen Set is designed to work in parallel with the existing New York City open data sets. Both information streams flow side by side into one information operating system that would be called Data Ground. This would lay new information infrastructure that is adaptable and flexible enough to intake things it does not yet recognize. And a ground where tools and services not yet imagined or understood as needed could be built off of, like an internal search engine for city workers that provides them with cross-departmental information authored by city and citizens. Interconnected information will also allow for more interconnected services, for example, in how we think about maintenance. Departments have backlogs of maintenance issues, and as we know, not all issues get reported. We also know when they do get reported, the true nature of their impact cannot be held by the system. Some departments have efforts to address these issues. Many are volunteer-based. They all operate independently of each other. These programs are focused to one-off issues in different departments and do not have consistent commitments. Currently, there are nearly 17,000 job vacancies in New York City's municipal departments, partially because the city has implemented a one-in, two-out policy since COVID. At the same time, 34% of workers in New York City are gig workers. Freelancing comes with unique challenges. An irregular schedule disconnects you from your community, and regardless of how much money you pull in, to not have consistent, stable income creates a world of complications. A neighborhood maintenance program would offer consistent part-time work with the city, where frequently occurring but difficult to fit in a linear routine, low-level maintenance issues in a neighborhood can be dealt with. Different departments can decide internally which tasks they are comfortable outsourcing to the program. They would then, in collaboration with labor unions, develop training programs for maintenance workers. The city would have a pipeline of trained workers, the low-level maintenance issues that make a compounding impact on our quality of life would be addressed, and people who do not work within traditional 9-to-5 for a variety of reasons would have a guaranteed monthly income, all while working only within their own neighborhoods. If we take a media theory and systems design approach to understand how the city talks to itself and to us, we can imagine new ways of meeting our interdependence on a civic level. And as for the provenance of this project, I've lived in New York City for nearly a decade. I'm originally from the state next door. This project is about taking existing connections and moving them into a different context so they can loop back to us to protect our access to co-governance. In the context that we are currently living in, leaning into and designing for, not around our interdependence, is what will preserve our access to civic services we are all entitled to. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmel. I love it when a good design project pays back to this wonderful town I call home. Thank you. It's beautiful work.
Thank you.
We have a shared background in filmmaking and production. We make light and electrical jokes.
Yes.
But I wonder, in all seriousness, how your background in filmmaking and production influenced this work.
I think film sets in a lot of ways are like small cities, and they're incredibly interconnected and interdependent, and they're very efficient. And thinking about the ways in which, why efficiency works in those areas on a film set in that type of a city, as compared to how it works in our actual city, was very informative to making decisions about these projects. And in a way, the neighborhood maintenance program is based off of what PAs do on a film set.
So it's the organizational structure, the mechanical systems too, and the infrastructure, not just the narrative and storytelling.
Because film sets are very departmentalized, but it works in that context. So I think part of the reason why it works is because there are things like PAs and certain infrastructural designed things on a film set to help fill in those gaps and network between the departments that don't exist in bureaucracy in a civic context.
Yeah, and it's real work. It's labor and division, and not everybody knows the impact of what they're doing. And so who's telling the big story? Where's the director in all this?
Of this thesis? Or?
Yeah, I mean, or in the system of the city, do we have to see the mayor as the director, or is this a crowdsourced citizen
Well, I think I said the word co-governance in my project. So the idea is that it's a co-authored project and citizens should be co-constituents and not an end product user of civic services.
I love that. That would be a nightmare on a film set.
It's not a film set, though.
It's not a film set. It's real life.
Mm-hmm.
It's wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Speaking of community care and not necessarily mac and cheese, we're going to take a dinner break. We will be back in 35 minutes. Please gather in the lobby, enjoy some food and refreshment, and catching up with old friends. Thank you, everybody. 35 minutes. Welcome back in, everybody. Please settle and silence your phones. All right. It's a great pleasure to introduce our second session, and to begin, I present Monty Preston.
Hello, my name is Monty, and I'm going to tell you about my favorite underdog, wetlands. Wetlands are landscapes that stay wet for part of the year due to fluctuating water tables, rivers, and tides, and they used to be all around us. We're standing on the traditional homeland of the Lenape people. Manhattan was once Mannahatta, a thriving expanse of forests, swamps, and marshes. But New York City has lost 99% of its wetlands since colonization, shunned as wastelands and filled in for agriculture and industry. This is a big problem because wetlands are remarkable ecosystems. They filter pollutants from our water and our air. They store carbon 55 times more efficiently than rainforests, and they support the global food chain. They're also very spongy. There was an experiment in the United Kingdom where tidal waters were allowed to flood a large tract of land, creating a natural marsh defense system against rising seas. Now, flooding land to prevent flooding might sound counterintuitive, but it's not. And this is because wetlands absorb and that protect our wetlands. I wanted to understand why, and whether it was possible to reset our relationship to wetlands. So, I read books on ecology, history, and community. I took a course on resilient waterfront design, and I spoke with ecologists, resilience planners, community organizers, and outdoor enthusiasts to understand how people actually form relationships with urban nature. The answer that I kept hearing was consistent. Transformation happens in the field. As Jessie Vidala, an engagement coordinator in waterway conservation, said, it happens by putting your hands in mud. Now, this is very complicated because humans can be damaging to fragile ecosystems. So I asked, how might we safely connect people and place in ways that are good for both parties? I felt well positioned to explore this because not only am I a designer, I'm a citizen scientist. I have waded into the East River to study oysters, counted trees in the New York City tree census, and I regularly document clouds for the Cloud Appreciation Society. Citizen science is when the general public participates in scientific research. It gets people outside and interacting with their environments and collecting data that can be used for conservation. My thesis, Entangle, is a call to action rooted in that idea. To test this, I ran 2 workshops. The first was an oyster monitoring event with the Friends of Bushwick Inlet Park. I designed wearable roll cards and data sheets that structured the monitoring process in real time. The second was a scavenger hunt that gave passersby a wetland entry visa and a bingo card full of site-specific ecology. I learned that getting messy together and tackling challenges is gratifying, creating a snowball effect that motivates people to keep learning. But the data that we captured was chaotic, and it stayed with me. How could I scale this feeling and reach the next generation of citizen scientists while getting usable data into the hands of conservationists? The work that follows addresses these 3 areas: scaling the audience, standardizing the data, and making sure it supports the work of real wetland scientists. To reach young people, I designed Wetlandia, an urban wetland exploration game where players earn points and badges by submitting monitoring data. Players navigate to New York City wetlands via the game map and complete ecologist-informed challenges like identifying and mapping invasive species. History and culture come together through audio stories that teach players the value of New York's urban wetlands. And collected data is shared with open source databases so that each badge earned directly contributes to ecology research. So once people were showing up at Wetlands, I wanted to make it easy to capture consistent data. I spoke with Chris Haight, who manages wetlands and parks across New York City. He told me that restoration projects lose visibility as they get older, and this creates data gaps, which represent lost learnings and can impact the success of future restorations. What his team needs is a consistent photographic record of every site. So I created Blot, the Biodata Ledger Open Terminal. Blot is a publicly accessible camera stand for documenting urban wetlands. Mounted in registered locations, Blot allows park visitors to photograph a wetland from the same angle every time. Blot is designed to stand out in its environment like a flag on a post. My prototype used wood, but Blot is made of powder-coated steel. Sorry. It's rugged, low maintenance, and it follows the parks department's installation methods. Photos are texted to the Blot image database, and the Blot bot responds, sending you a link to a time-lapse viewer where you can explore highlights of wildlife sightings, storm scenes, and tidal patterns, showing you how ecosystems change. Over time, you develop a personal map of every wetland you've ever documented, reinforcing a sense of contribution and connection. Now, we have a living record being built by the public, but I kept thinking about the scientists on the other end. Would a massive influx in images become a burden to them? New York ecologists work in tiny teams and manage wetlands across the whole city. I heard from Maris Grundy that the time it takes to apply for grants was a major blocker for her to get more resources. So, to support ecologists like Maris, I created FieldFrame. FieldFrame and near real-time alerts about maintenance issues like flooding or debris. And the data is queryable through a plain language interface, supporting the grant writing process that directly impacts funding. I shared this work with wetland ecologists, and they were excited about the potential of a longitudinal data set, from forecasting to modeling to investigation. These products work together in an ecosystem of their own. Wetlandia harnesses the reward mechanism of gamification. Blot standardizes documentation to make it interpretable, and FieldFrame serves data in a way that supports real challenges faced by today's wetland restoration teams. This is what care looks like at scale. A city of witnesses generating data to protect the ecosystems that fortify our city. There's a Swampy Cree proverb. It suggests that we might see where we are going by looking to where we have been. The data that we collect today creates the record for the next generation of stewards, meaning that what we care for now can be cared for by them in the future. For 1 year, I was privileged to explore the incredible nature that New York City has to offer, in the company of friends and strangers who became friends. Last week, the fences came down at the Bushwick Inlet, a tidal estuary in Greenpoint, giving the communities of North Brooklyn access to a waterfront park that's been closed off for the last 20 years. You should go there, experience it in person, and put your hands in mud. It will change you, and a muddier you is exactly what this city needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Monty.
Thank you, Sinclair.
Where else might we chip in as citizen scientists? Like, where can we do this other than in peat bogs?
There are a lot of opportunities. I think birding is a really great gateway drug for citizen science. A lot of birders out there, great community, very friendly and welcoming, and it's kind of like Pokemon Go. You're out there collecting birds, not actually, but seeing them and learning about them. But birding is pretty saturated also. There are a lot of people documenting birds. And if you are interested in citizen science, you can connect with a local community. Gowanus Canal Conservancy, Bronx River Alliance, they do a lot of water testing and many things, many ways to get involved.
That's funny that you mentioned Pokemon Go. Do you know the developer, inventor of Pokemon developed it? He was an entomologist, an avid entomologist. He wanted children to learn about bugs.
I had no idea. That's very interesting.
So it comes full circle. So where do you hope to take this work now?
I think really it's just part of my life now. I'm invested in these communities. I've been involved with the Friends of Bushwick and Lit Park. It's really just, now it's a way of life, if that's an answer.
Mud.
Mud is a way of life. It's self-care.
All right.
Yeah.
Not like face masks or something.
You could face mask, but I wouldn't face mask with New York's mud, maybe.
Right. Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay. Soon. Thanks, Monica.
Perhaps. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Eva Mo.
Hi, everyone. So during the pandemic, many of us started working remotely. I was one of them. I did a 6-month remote internship. At first, it felt great. I could wake up later. I could choose where work happens. I felt like I had more control over my time. But after a while, something started to feel off. My time became fragmented. Work has no longer in one block. It was scattered across the day. That's when I started to realize maybe this isn't just about time management. Because even if I tried to organize my time, I still couldn't clearly separate work from the rest of my day. My name is Eva Mo, and this is my thesis, Between Presence and Production, Boundary Collapse in Remote Work. So what happens when boundaries are no longer clear? From my interviews, I realized I wasn't alone. Almost everyone faced the same struggle. As you can see, work has leaked into every corner of our lives. We are forced to switch constantly between different modes, but we never feel like we've truly arrived in either one. It's no longer about where we sat, it's about the disappearing line between living and working. So I asked myself, what actually creates a boundary? In a traditional office, boundaries are built into the environment. You went to an office, you worked, and when you left, it was over. But in remote work, those structures disappear. Work happens in the same space as life. I realized that boundaries aren't just about willpower. To fix this, I looked into the theory behind them. I found that a true boundary is a support system, not just a personal choice. Sue Clark introduced the work-family border theory, arguing that our lives are divided into different domains. And the stability of these domains rely on 3 fundamental pillars: physical space, time spans, and psychological roles. But in remote work, those pillars collapse. The boundary is no longer a wall, it is leaking everywhere. This leads to a heavy price, the attention tax. Research shows that after just one interruption, it takes 23 minutes to regain focus. When work and life bleed together, we aren't just busy, we're mentally exhausted. We might be at work all day, but we never truly enter deep work. We are everywhere, yet nowhere. So as a designer, how can we rebuild these collapsed boundaries? If the external structures have disappeared, we must design new ones. To truly understand how boundaries dissolve, I didn't just observe, I experimented. I did an experience called Without a Signal. I invited participants into a controlled workspace for 30 minutes, but I didn't tell them that the environment was designed to distract them. As they worked, I introduced 3 subtle shapes to dissolve their boundaries. First, I added small personal atoms, blurring the professional roles. Second, I surrounded them with household distractions, merging work and domestic space. Third, I manipulate lighting, temperature, and background noise to remove any sense of focus. By the end, the space made it impossible to stop. The result was clear. Participants kept working, but they couldn't tell when work ended. This proved my point. Boundaries don't just disappear. They must be actively built through signals. Based on this insight, I developed a framework to reconstruct boundaries through 3 dimensions: time, space, and physicality. The first dimension is time. My research showed that remote work often feels like an endless flow, so work just keeps going by default. Rhythm is not a typical productivity tool. It is a rhythm maker. It replaces the endless flow with clear signals that help you start and finish your day. To start work, I replace a simple click with a sliding gesture. This movement is a signal I'm crossing the line now. Once active, your phone turns into a virtual workspace. It is a virtual wall that keeps you in work mode. And the hardest part of remote work isn't starting, it's stopping. Rhythm uses a vibration and a mass code to give you a sensory push when it's time for a break. At the end of the day, the virtual workspace completely disappears. This virtual change is the final signal that work is over. To help users keep this habit, I designed a simple point system. After completing a full day of work, you earn points to unlock new styles for your virtual workspace. This encourages people to maintain their rhythm every day. Ultimately, rhythm is about reclaiming the mental border of work. It turns an endless flow into the series of intentional moments, ensuring that production never comes at the cost of personal peace. And the second dimension is space. We know that leaving the house is the best way to create a physical boundary. So why do so many people stay trapped at home? My research shows that over 60% of remote workers stay indoors because of uncertainty. It is the exploration cost. They don't know if the cafe is work-friendly or if they will be asked to leave after an hour. This anxiety makes home the only safe but suffocating choice. To remove this friction, I designed Urban Desk. As you can see from the interface, the focus isn't just on finding a place, but on information clarity. The map allows users to filter location, specifically by their work need, such as quiet zones or long-stay-friendly spot. Once a user selects a place, they see a structured breakdown of what really matters: the stability of Wi-Fi, the exact noise level, and even the power outlet availability. We turn a random cafe into a predictable workspace. But Urban Desk is more than just an app. It is a service system. We partner with cafes to provide a certification label. This acts as a social contract. It tells the user, you are welcome here and the rules are clear. This solves the two-sided pinpoint. User get a stable environment without the social anxiety, and small cafe get steady customers during their quiet hours. For a long time, home was the only safe choice for remote workers. Urban Desk breaks that wall. It gives people the confidence to step out of their front door, knowing exactly where they are going and how they will work. And the third dimension is physicality. Today, leaving work is a mental struggle. We are forcing our willpower to do what a physical room used to do. Existing solutions demand too much effort. You either have to clean your entire desk to transform the space, or you just live with mess. So I designed Dura to solve this through a simple 2-layer structure. It defines 2 distinct modes for the same space. The lower layer is for work, the upper surface is for life. The key is that you never have to tidy up. Your work items stay exactly where they are, simply hidden beneath the surface. And let's see how the transition works. To make this motion possible, I moved from concept to the workshop. I built the prototype by hand, using 3D printing and manual assembly to ensure the mechanics were as smooth as they appeared in the video. Within this structure, I also integrated several minimal features: a built-in light for focus, a ledge for books, and discrete cable management. By developing this as a modular system, I've ensured the desk is straightforward to assemble and ready for everyday production. In the end, the simple movement acts as physical switch for demand. By hiding the work tools, we aren't just cleaning a desk. We are deleting the work signal from our vision. So the responsibility of stopping is no longer on you, it is on the desk. Throughout this project, I realized that the collapse of boundary isn't just a spatial problem, it is a human one. As a designer, I've always believed that our role isn't just to create more things, but to create more clarity. Those 4 projects are my attempt to return agency to the individual, to ensure that our tool no longer dictates our lives, but instead help us reclaim the space where work ends and life begins. Lastly, I want to thank everyone for being the true foundation of this journey, especially my parent and friend whose encouragement keeps me going every single day. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva.
Thank you. Thank you.
Amazing. I'm so happy. January is the first time I've had in my own office in about 10 years. So I understand this mix and confusion of space. You said, you talked about cafes and your certification for people working in spaces. That's a really difficult challenge for a lot of cafe owners, restaurant owners, and you've done some research out there in the field. Can you, I know you had to edit a lot of that out of this presentation, but can you talk more about that and how you're going to keep working on that in the future?
Yeah, sure. So that project is called Urban Desk, and actually when I finished my design, I did some user testing, and the feedback are positive. But there is one feedback I got from a cafe owner. He really inspired me. He said, I love my regulars, but I hit the laptop screen in the morning. He said too much laptop's blue screen makes his cafe feel like a library, and it is too cold. So I think my next step is to create and design a where and when rules, and to build a zone and time spot for them.
That's interesting. So it's like a color temperature issue in the space. The light changes the space.
Yeah.
And probably less blue light in the morning would be good for people also.
I hope so.
I hope so.
Yeah.
So it's like a physical intervention, or what kind of rules are you going to institute?
Well, we'll see. I will do more research to looking for that.
And you have some partners you can work with, these people you've been researching with?
Yeah, I have some cafe owners. They really support me.
That's great. That's exciting work. That could probably make a big difference in remote work for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Well, thanks.
Thank you.
Fascinating. Thanks, Eva.
Please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Sofia Grytsenko.
Hi, everyone. Before I begin, I would like you guys to do something for me. I would like everyone, even at home, to stand up. Yes, please get both feet on the ground. Now, I want you to put your hands up to the sky, and we're going to do a small spin together. Okay, you guys ready? Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, you guys can sit down now. What you just did was spontaneous, a little fun, and it was shared. That small fleeting moment, that mix of awareness and connection, is exactly what my thesis is about. Hi, my name is Sofia Grytsenko, and I spent this last year rekindling joy. This is me, different places and different ages, but a consistent thread runs through, the presence of joy. And over time, I began to notice that this kind of presence becomes less common as we get older. Not because we lose the capacity for joy, but because we lose the conditions that allow it to surface. And I live in New York City, a place that's often described as energetic, unpredictable, and alive. But when I started paying closer attention, I noticed something else. People were physically together, but mentally elsewhere. It made me question not just where joy exists, but whether we are designing environments that allow it to emerge at all. So I began with a fundamental question. What is joy? I looked at what the research had to say. The Happiness Project by Gretchen Rubin taught me that the actions that we take in our everyday lives affect the joy that we feel. While Joyful by Ingrid Fettel-Lee taught me that joy can be designed for, whether it's through color, shape, or texture. And finally, Dancing in the Streets by Barbara Ehrenreich taught me that joy has always been collective. She also said that journals in the field have published 45,000 articles in the last 30 years on depression, but only 400 on joy. So despite its importance, joy remains underexplored. This balance suggests that joy is often treated as incidental rather than intentional. So I started approaching joy as something that can be designed. I talked to designers, artists, practitioners, and a clown, yes, even a clown, about how joy is found in their work and in the world. Maria Roberts, a joy researcher, defines joy as an embodied and cognitively appraised feeling that arises in response to meaningful moments. What stood out to me is that the idea of joy is both physical and reflective. It is something we feel, but also something we recognize. How can we design moments for adults to feel free to experience that joy? Zeev Cohen gave me a hint. He said that experiences we design at Meow Wolf are intentionally different from everyday environments to motivate and uplift visitors. The sense of novelty is considered a core aspect of joy. Through that and my other interviews, 3 recurring circumstances emerged. Joy tends to arise through absurdity, spontaneity, and connectivity. These are not rules or guarantees, but they are reliable conditions. They create openings, moments where joy becomes possible. I began by testing the simple principle of absurdity. To explore this, I created Balloon Hunt, a balloon experiment series. I walked through New York carrying a giant red balloon. There was no explanation, just an object that disrupted the visual field. And the response was immediate. People stopped, they smiled, and some even asked questions. One person remarked, "It's big, bright, and in your face. How could I miss it?" Encouraged by this, I attempted to scale the interaction. I created Poster Hunt, placing balloon posters across the city, each with a QR code that led to an app-based experience. However, this version failed. There was little to no engagement, and the reason became clear. The posters lacked presence and asked for effort without offering a compelling reason to engage. This shifted my thinking. Instead of asking how to scale a moment, I began asking what actually causes people to stop in their tracks. This led me to facilitate a workshop called Routes to Joy. Participants were invited to map locations in the city where they had experienced joy with maps, markers, and stickers. And the responses were not grand or extraordinary. They were specific and personal, like a dog encountered on a walk, sunlight on the subway, or a farmer's market along a familiar route. These moments shared a common quality. They disrupted the expected. But the most significant insight did not come from the maps themselves. It came from the participants. They began to share stories, compare experiences, and unexpectedly they bonded, particularly over shared frustrations like the subway. One participant reflected, "The joy was in the journey. We never finished our loop around the pond because we were having so much fun." So this led me to consider how these small interruptions might be integrated into everyday routines. How can we design moments that disrupt autopilot? Which gave me the opportunity to test the circumstance of spontaneity. As one participant noted, "I'm not very inspired on my daily commute." And this is not a unique observation, but it's an important one. In response, I designed Pocketful, an application inspired by observational games such as I Spy that introduces small prompts into daily life. After clicking on one of the handmade illustrations, users are able to receive a prompt, and then they're asked to engage with their surroundings and document what they find. that adds the object to their collection. Rather than passively moving through space, they begin to notice it. Routine becomes slightly altered, and their attention becomes active. The public agreed. Testing showed a clear shift, and reported boredom by commuters decreased significantly after using Pocketful. However, while spontaneity introduces novelty, I wanted to test if the connection deepens the experience. Enter friend near. I began by exploring objects of connection, but this concept was really sparked by a simple statement. My sister misses her pager, said Chrissy Zanakis, a product design educator. What is missed is not the device itself, but the feeling it represented. The feeling that you can connect to someone on your own terms. Friend Near is a paired device. When two users come within proximity, it emits a subtle vibration. It does not demand attention, it simply signals presence, a quiet acknowledgement that someone you care about is nearby. And if both users respond yes, it transforms into a shared experience, guiding them towards one another. So let's isolate this circumstance of connectivity. Barbara Ehrenreich calls it collective everescence, the passion or ecstasy induced by communal activities such as ancient rituals and modern raves, which helps create a sense of unity and community among people. During my interview with Jake Adams about the success of his interactive installation Archie, another idea emerged, that joy is often associated with a childlike state of discovery. He said we wanted people to get back to their primal state of learning, like they were babies again, discovering the world for the first time. So how can we design permission for adults to feel like kids again? Camp Windsor Social Club was developed in response to this idea. Tyler Suzuki said that creativity tends to flourish when it's given restraints. And Camp Windsor Social Club gives adults that structured experience built around summer camp and its familiar elements like rules, badges, and guidebooks. Many people already hold an idealized memory of summer camp. This project just allows them to re-enter that space, but within the context of their current lives. At the center is Heart Sack, a sacking game inspired by one of the oldest forms of human bonding, gathering around a fire. Except this version is entirely safe for a Brooklyn apartment. It recreates the conditions for connection, not just through nostalgia alone, but through shared attention and interaction. But when talking to Anna Narut, he mentioned that when you have an idea, special projects director of Love Plus Money, he says, when you have an idea you love, you need to check that whoever it's made for loves it too, which encouraged me to return to the public space. What do New Yorkers and kids both love? I'll give you guys a second to think. Complaining. This was the foundation to get up on your soapbox, a public installation where individuals could stop and express something that mattered to them through the form of a complaint booth. Because when you say something out loud, it stops living only inside of you. It becomes external, observable, and manageable. Because being seen, even through frustration, is a form of connection. People participated immediately. They wrote, reflected, and shared their thoughts. They said things like, rent is too high, down with the patriarchy, and protect people, not property. One participant even noted, I'm glad I stopped and wrote something important to me, and now other people will see it too. The act itself was simple, but in that moment of visibility, connection emerged. Each one of these projects activates these circumstances, but when they intersect, they create the most impactful moments of joy. Joy has not disappeared. It remains present, but often unrecognized. It exists in small interruptions, shared experiences, and moments of attention. I wanted to thank everyone who made this process a little more joyful for me. To my friends and family who have always supported me, to Sinclair Smith and Alan Chochnov for always guiding me, and to the audience for being here. Remember, joy is not arbitrary, and it can be designed. Thank you.
Hi, Sophia.
Hi, Sinclair.
So much joy.
Yes.
And all the work you did, constantly outputting stuff.
Yes.
You had to cut so much, and your process was so joyful and fun and silly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
And look at you. I mean,
Yeah.
you are covered in joy.
Yeah, and sparkles. Now the stage will be covered too.
Will you tell us about something that you had to leave on the proverbial cutting room floor?
Yeah, so something that I was really proud of, but I had to leave on the cutting room floor, was Lil Lookers. These glasses charms that I'm wearing right now, actually. They're swappable, interchangeable glasses charms that allow people to connect at the moment they see each other. You don't have to like read someone's shirt or look at their bag. You can instantly just tell what type of person they are. And I'm really excited to kind of get it out there into the world and see how people react to it.
So, will you tell me what kind of person you are?
I think I'm a person who tries to look in the best in the world, and I try to bring a lot of joy. So one thing I hope that everyone leaves today with is feeling like you can bring more joy into your life.
And are the icons themselves indicative of something in particular? Fish star or starfish? Am I reading left to right or right
well,
to left?
I was thinking fish could be for guys who like fishing. Also, there's a big sardine, resurgence. People love sardines.
Could be Pisces.
Yeah, it could be Pisces. I was thinking about a New York set with like a taxi cab and a cone. Things that remind people of New York.
Carmel.
Yeah. Collab.
Yeah, I mean there are so many businesses emerging in this theater today.
Yeah.
Will you have little lookers out in the audience for people to
you
acknowledge
guys
their identities?
You guys should come talk to me, and I will make a list, and we can make some personalized charms for you.
All right, it'll be a joy.
Yeah, thank you so
Thanks,
much,
Sophia.
Sinclair.
Please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Aghjayan.
Before I begin my thesis, may I ask everyone to close your eyes and feel your breath. Ocean wave and the sleeping human breath share almost the same frequency. When you hear the ocean, your body doesn't just enjoy it, it recognizes it. It starts to follow. You just slow down. Please open your eyes. From a young age, I've been unusually sensitive to sound. Even now, I can only fall asleep in complete silence. But there's one exception. I remember as a child in my grandparents' house, lying in a garden chair at night, watching the stars, falling asleep to the sound of summer. Even now, whether I'm happy or low, I find myself sitting under a tree, listening to the leaves, letting the sound of nature move through me. Those are the only moments I feel truly at peace. Nature sounds were found more beneficial for stress reduction than even a quiet environment. Lower heart rate, blood pressure, and respiratory rate. But I start to realize fewer and fewer of us have access to that. Over half of Americans adults report spending 5 hours or even fewer outside in nature each week. Nationwide, 100 million people, including 28 million children, do not have a park with a 10 minutes walk of home. So I begin this thesis for myself and also for everyone who loves the sounds of nature but no longer have the time or the space to experience them. Hi, I'm Haosen. My thesis, Good Vibrations, centering the hum of nature in everyday life. But why do nature sounds make people feel at ease? It is the frequency, the pitch, the volume, or something deeper. To explore this, I designed a workshop called the Sound Exploration Journey, working with 4 participants who share a high sensitivity to sound and music. One of the most interesting conclusions I reached was that it's less about the frequency or the pitch and more about the predictability. Unpredictable sounds, like sudden spike in a waveform, keep the brain on alert. Predictable sounds with their regular even patterns tell the brain, nothing's coming, you're safe. To go deeper, I consulted subject matter experts and explored further research and the literature. All the research indicate that nature sounds are more predictable and familiar to us from the perspective of evolution. We've been hearing nature sounds since humans first appeared on Earth. Ocean waves, rainfall, wind present simple patterns that humans have encountered through evolution. These patterns signal environmental stability, which are crucial for survival. The brain continues to scan the environment and rapidly respond to emergency of regular patterns, even when these are not behavioral relevant. Also, over 1,000 years of evolution, humans have developed an inherent affinity for nature and other living organisms. Nature sounds, which has accompanied human evolution, are deeply encoded in our neurobiology, which soothes us along the way. So how may we use the familiarity and predictability of nature sounds to bring comfort to people? I designed Oracle, a subscription service that delivers nature soundscape through a physical magazine. Unlike a regular magazine, when you flip the pages, the sound automatically play, and you can stream them anytime through an app. Every soundscape is reviewed by sound scientists to ensure the waveform is completely stable. We customize the magazine based on the city or country you grew up in. So when you're far from home, the sound have accompanied you your whole life and never out of reach, whether you're from Canada, Iceland, or China. Going deeper with my research, if you want to use sound in our daily life, active participation, like singing, playing instruments, bring a deeper sense of calm than simply listening. For example, SingFit is an app that encourages people living with dementia to sing actively, boosting their mood and stimulating emotional memory. There's a proof of this in an unexpected place, ASMR. ASMR is a deep sense of relaxation triggered by sound. Creator invites you to actively participate by role play as a doctor, asking, "How are you feeling?" The deeper you participate, the calmer you feel. So how might we bring the same active participation to nature sounds? I create 自然 house. 自然 means nature in Chinese. It's a sound experience rooted in something ancient. In prehistoric times, we will always actively participate in nature sounds. When we're walking barefoot on the ground, the leaves respond beneath our feet. We will constantly create sound interaction between ourselves and the nature world. 自然 house recreates that. Through sound, it transforms every object in your home into nature. When you're tapping on your keyboard, you hear falling leaves. When you vacuum, you hear wind move through the trees. I further imagine how this will happen in modern life. An app paired with smart sensors with motion sensor inside that detect both the vibration of objects themselves and the interaction between you and them. Whatever moves around you is translated into a nature sound of your choice. Put your headphones on, and every movement becomes a part of a living nature world. For setting up the sensor, you just need to put it on any object in your house. For example, a microwave. This is a normal microwave sounds like. And here comes our sensor. As you see, the sensor is in white light mode now. Once the sensor starts connecting, the blue light flashes. Name the sensor. Select its location in your room. Choose the sound that you like to replace for the original sound. If you connect successfully, the app will automatically generate a card for the sensor, so your microwave will sound like this after you're finishing the setting up. This can also be used for vacuuming or even flushing your toilet. My design went deeper by a quote. An SME talked about when she hears a nature sound, she wants to be nature more instead of just listen to it. So how may we help people feel genuinely connected to nature, even at home? Cicerism engage with nature sound through flora practice. Cicerism means the sound of a wind moving through leaves. In my thesis, it's a vase. I start with sketches, built with foam and joint compound, and I took the motor from a massage gun and assembled them by 3D printing and heat insert screws. So we got a motor with a vibration base, which shake the branches to make the sound of nature. As you customize live instrument, different branches make different sounds, like the notes in the song. Unlike a traditional noisemaker that simply play recorded sound, the real tree branches as a medium bring the real nature sound indoors. I will end with something my expert Danqi told me. When I hear the squirrel sound, I feel like I become a squirrel, like I become a part of nature. And that's everything I want my design to do, to bring us closer to the nature we've always been a part of. Words can't express how grateful and how much that I love my teachers and my friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Housen.
Thank you, Sinclair.
I love your flower shaker.
Thank you.
It's such a fun product. Oh yeah, I forgot to ask you. How are you feeling?
I feel like a squirrel.
You need mud.
Yes, Monty.
Again, I start synthesizing all the various projects that we're looking at. I think of Anna's car future and autonomy and the sounds and the honking. And so where are we going? I love this idea of our appliances and our technology as it increasingly industrializes, somehow merging back into nature with more references, sonic references to nature. So how do you see, how do you hear that future emerging?
Well, I'm glad that people start to realize, realize how sound important to us, and I'm glad people use sound consciously in design. And I would say in the future, I think people gonna build designs using more sound and just like bring us back to that calming Asian time.
More sensory experience.
Yeah.
I hope you have a very quiet sleep tonight.
I will.
You deserve it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Haase.
Please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Lin Zhang.
Hi, I'm Lim. Welcome to my thesis presentation. Before becoming a product designer, I worked as a taxidermist. Some animals I preserved arrived with missing fur or damaged skin, but it was not caused by human. It was the animals biting themselves under stress. This made me wonder, why do creatures deliberately hurt themselves or seeking out unpleasant experience? Even for me, I strangely find that the discomfort of working with a dead body could help me focus, which became one of the reasons I love doing taxidermy. In humans, there's a behavioral spectrum called body-focused repetitive behaviors. It can begin with ordinary habits like nail biting or skin picking, and gradually develop into compulsive or even self-injurious behavior. At that point, ordinary stimulation is not enough. While researching neuropsychology, I discovered a mechanism shared by all mammals. Physical pain can trigger a fast neurochemical response. The brain releases happy chemicals that create relief almost instantly. But in the long term, when negative consequences show up, people feel shame or regret, which creates even more emotional stress, pushing people to seek relief again and again. This cycle becomes compulsive, just like running on a wheel endlessly. In my research, a domestic abuse survivor shared how they get out of the cycle. I used to believe that being hurt or hurting myself was the only way to make me feel alive. Later, I started practicing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. It also hurts, but helped me reconnect to life in a healthy way. This revealed an opportunity. Can somatic activities redirect the compulsive need of self-destruction? So I began interviewing experts across mental health and physical therapy. I also spoke with people who do intense body activities as a profession, such as extreme sports athletes, circus performers, and body modification artists. Across these conversations, a concept was mentioned repeatedly. The ritual is what gives people power. Physical sensation can be an enhancement. Pain is not necessary. Harm should be avoided. So this became the foundation of my solution, from compulsive to conscious, using somatic ritual to rewrite behaviors. Let's look at how we used to treat compulsive. We attempt to stop it or replace it, listening to strategies that given by someone else. But not all of them works for every person. When it fails, people feel even more shame and regret, which feeds to the emotional overload in the next cycle. Even self-analysis can be harmful. Using therapeutic terms to judge oneself can make people see themselves as a source of psychological problems. So how might we help people finding their own coping strategy that genuinely applies to them, bypass external noise, and avoid self-blame? Let me introduce Underver, a handcrafting workshop where participants create a real version of their inner self through disassembly and reconstruction. Underfer is inspired by embodied cognition theory. When people work with their hands and interact with physical materials, they can bypass the external noise and the internal overthinking and reconnect with their own sense of value. This helps them finding coping strategies that better align with who they truly want to be, instead of following advice that doesn't work for them. Sometimes change begins simply by reframing the intention. Just understanding the reason behind the compulsion can reduce self-blame. As participants said, I know I cannot just stop a bad habit instantly, but the reflection I wrote down made me think about how to do it in a controlled way. But how does a compulsion start? Before people take action, they feel emotional overload. This is the moment when we need support the most, but some emotions are too overwhelming, too complicated, or people don't even have the energy to talk about it. So they end up with, I'm fine. Sometimes even the marks left out of the body become a form of expression. While visiting shows and events, I observe another form of emotional support. They empower each other through witness and being witnessed themselves. Artists use their body as a medium of expression, and through the audience, that expression can be transformed into resonance. So I designed Ruin Exchange, a drawing app that turns the body into a canvas and connects people through a collaborative ritual. In the experience, users transform their arms into a canvas, drawing with elemental brushes like fire or ice, using visual illusion to evoke a phantom of sensation. Two users draw on their own device while seeing each other's cursor moving in real time. When their strokes meet, the phone vibrates, make the connection feel physical. Then, two users exchange their drawings. Each person adds a reflection and blessings to the other person's drawing, help each other turn their pieces into a ruin with meaning. Finally, users receive a reading generated by AI based on their drawing habits, brush choices, and the blessings they received. They turn emotional exchange into a shared ritual. Ruin exchange creates resonance from witness. And the user told me, I can sense other people's feeling through their strokes, and I believe they can sense mine too. But another user asked, what if I lose control before I even remember to use it? When an action becomes a conditional response, the body acts faster than the mind. So we need a tool that can deliver intervention directly to our body just before the action happens. Here are already solutions like fidget toys, stress notifications, or even an electric shock band. However, do we actually want to use it? So I started exploring a product that can be more portable, acceptable, or won't be ignored. Here comes Valve Grip, a smart band that uses a gesture to catch your impulse and hold your agency. Valve Grip uses biometric sensor to detect your stress level and predict risk moments. Then it inflates an air cushion hidden underneath the band, just like an invisible hand grabs you. And the follow-up steps matters even more. The device guides the user to hold their own wrist. As they grip firmly, the texture on the band presses into the skin, creates a feeling that's uncomfortable, but can help them clarify their minds. The air cushion guides breathing, while the gripping gesture occupies the hands, create a pause before action. One user told me, it's not just the band that grabs me. I have to grab myself too. That makes it feel my own decision. But another question appeared. What if a grab is not enough? I need something stronger. At the far end of the spectrum of compulsion, some people seeking stronger physical discomfort to prove, I'm the owner of my body. I do whatever I want to myself. In the long term, what people really want from compulsion is to find a way out of the things that are trapping them. But I believe there's another healthier outlet of physical discomfort, which is embracing adventure. Welcome to Cagebreaker Club, a membership-based service that encourages people to explore niche physical activities. Each week, members can subscribe to cohorts of physical challenges, such as fire dancing, parkour, and English tattoo. These are activities people are curious about but intimidated to try, yet they actually have lower barrier than you think. You just need more courage to jump out of the comfort zone. Members are guided by venue coaches or certificate niche activity professionals, being with entry-level challenges. The platform also helps niche activity professionals grow their community and build sustainable business. Cagebreaker Club uses a gamified Civic system to motivate members to try activities. As members complete a challenge, they earn a badge and get points to unlock the more adventure levels. Through curiosity and courage, users gradually build long-term body confidence and adventure spirit. So in conclusion, our goal is not to erase the human desire of physical discomfort, but to transform it. We are not an enemy of our own body. I believe if we can endure the physical discomfort we are seeking before, we can also find force that already exists in our body, which are self-value, resonance, agency, adventure spirit. We just need a ritual to transform, and that's how we get off the wheel. Thanks to everybody who support me, and also thanks to all the performers and the studios for letting me witness their powerful works.
Thank you, Lynn. It's a very intense presentation and subject, and one that you know is important to me. I've had a lot of addiction around me in my life and lost some people through their struggles with pain and complex ritual. And I love how you talk about transforming ritual. And at one point you say, ritual gives power, ritual provides power. And I wonder if you could talk more about that transformation.
Yeah, thank you for asking that. So I use ritual as a solution actually because ritual has some similarity to compulsion and addiction. Like people repeat a certain sequence and can get some result from it. But the power of ritual comes from actually, the ritual doesn't solve anything directly. The ritual uses like all the complicated process, like all the tools, all the symbols, and use a transcendent narrative to make you feel, to make you believe it works. And actually that belief comes from yourself. You already have that in yourself. You just need some like help from designers like us to be conscious about it. And I can say like all the designers are ritual creators.
Amen. The huge power of design. I'm going to try that next time.
You're going to try it?
I have a friend who needs help. I'm a designer. Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Lauren Palazzi.
Hello, everyone. Over the past year, I've spoken to a lot of people about heirlooms and the objects that they hold on to. And what surprised me most was how quickly people wanted to tell me their stories. I spoke to a first-generation American who was so excited about creating a family tradition that she never had. I spoke to others who were grieving a parent, overwhelmed by the sheer logistics of the things that were left behind. And then I also spoke to some who were still trying to figure out what to do with those old objects that were tied to past relationships. But every single person opened up. Because being asked, what do you keep and why, cuts straight to the core of who we are. Psychologists have long understood that object attachment is deeply human. We don't just use things, we project identity onto them. They become anchors for memory. A way of saying, I was here and I mattered. Now, historically, heirlooms served as markers of wealth and status, but scholars of material culture today describe objects as having a kind of cultural biography, accumulating meaning over time as they move through different hands, places, and stages of life. In this view, a wooden chair, a set of gardening tools, or even a mismatched plate can carry just as much weight as any expensive piece of jewelry. Now, the heirlooms I will be discussing with you here today are not the exceptional objects. They are the ordinary ones that became extraordinary through use, through love, and through repetition. However, the conditions that once created heirlooms and ensured continuity no longer exist in the same way. Accelerated consumption, smaller living spaces, globally dispersed families, and a rise in digital culture are eroding the traditions that once structured how we pass things down. And this is creating a very real generational tension. We have the older generation who is downsizing, thinking about their legacy, and asking themselves, who is going to carry my story forward? And then we do have their children who want to honor that, but meaning alone today isn't enough if the object doesn't fit how they actually live. And yet, we cannot manufacture meaning and sentiment into a product. But what we can do is build better systems and frameworks around how we preserve, transfer, and relate to the objects that carry our stories. Today, I will be presenting to you my thesis, Holding On Differently, Reimagining Heirlooms for an Ephemeral World. My work proposes 3 new frameworks that help adapt inheritance systems to the realities of modern life. First, I look at what would happen if we sorted through lives before we had to. Then I wondered, what if inheritance could move beyond the family? And finally, in a world where so much of our life is documented digitally, can we curate that into something worth being passed down? Let's start with designing for before the moment. Early on in my research, I came across a New York Times documentary called Love and Stuff. It follows a woman sorting through her late mother's apartment here in New York City. She is grieving, while at the same time trying to understand what mattered to her mother after she is no longer there to ask. That reflects a larger shift in inheritance today. As Ann Keto notes, inheritance is no longer always a gradual or intentional process. It often happens under pressure, forcing families to make fast decisions about what to keep and what to let go of. In response, I created Threshold. Threshold is a guided service that helps families navigate their possessions together, while everyone is still present and able to share the stories behind them. It all begins with a conversation. You meet with a Threshold facilitator to talk through each person's needs and goals and to better understand the family dynamics. From there, you build a plan together that works for everyone involved. Next, we schedule a home visit. A facilitator works alongside the family to go through everything: their drawers, their old boxes, closets, shelves, all of it, using a very simple categorization system. In our first category, we have carry forward. This includes items that will continue to live with someone in their everyday life. The second category is preserve. These are items whose physical form may not last, but their stories still need to. We focus on capturing the story clearly in the right voice through a photo or video and paired with a voice note or written reflection. And then finally, the third category is for those items that no longer serve the family and can be responsibly let go. Now, because we're doing this early, nothing is being taken just yet, but every decision, every object, and every category is documented. This creates a clear record to return to later. So when the time comes, there is no ambiguity, there's no guessing, the conversations have already happened. And for those preserved items, we create what we call a memory ledger, a design artifact in its own right. It's available in two formats, a physical book or a digital archive, something the whole family can return to long after the objects themselves are gone. Now, threshold helps families have these conversations before it's too late, but even then, attention still remains. What if no one in my family wants these things? This leads into my second design question. What if we looked beyond the family entirely? As I kept researching, I found myself talking about this generational tension with a librarian, a gallery volunteer, and a former worker at the Real. They all had very similar encounters. When people knew their family didn't want their cherished things, they weren't looking to just donate them. They wanted to find a place where those objects could be honored by others. So I thought, what if we could build that place? An in-between space where objects can be let go without guilt and given the opportunity to continue the story forward in someone else's hands. With that in mind, I created the Heirloom Library, an experience design concept that reimagines inheritance as circulation rather than ownership. The library felt like a natural framework to use. It's a system we already understand and already associate with sharing and care. To bring it to life, I reached out to New York City residents. Just under 30 objects came in, and each were cataloged and paired with its story. Then, at the end of March, I took over a storefront in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. The space was warm and encouraged people to engage with the collection, with the objects not perfectly in place. But checking something out is a commitment. You honor the story, and when it no longer serves you, you are expected to return it back to the library so the object can continue its journey. And for whether meaning can survive without shared history, from eyewitness, I believe yes. People connected to the stories that had nothing to do with their own lives. Some laughed and some sat quietly with others. And at the end of the day, a few items were in fact checked out. I'd like to think that those objects are now conversation pieces, their new owners telling exactly where they came from. The Heirloom Library opened up inheritance to anyone willing to honor a story. But not everything we leave behind is something that you can hold. So where does the digital world fit into all of this? We are documenting our lives more than any generation before us. Our memories are being captured constantly and stored in the cloud. In theory, this solves a lot of the problems that came before. There's no physical bulk, there's no arguments over who gets what, and it's accessible from anywhere in the world. For Gen Z and younger, the cloud in a strange way is an heirloom. Their legacy isn't being built in just objects anymore. It's also being built on devices and in platforms. But with that, a new problem emerges. When everything is preserved, nothing feels significant. As technologist Brad Barish told me, if we don't curate digital memory, it just turns into a bunch of noise. In a small attempt to address this emerging wave, I created Collect and Curate. When designing this platform, I took a lot of inspiration from nostalgic forms of preservation, such as scrapbooks and shoe boxes, that used to serve as memory storage. Collect and Curate brings that logic into the digital world, so users can customize their boxes with different colors, text, and even stickers to better capture the feeling and personality of a specific moment in time. These personalization tools help preserve not just the memory itself, but the identity, taste, and perspective of the person who created it, allowing the collection to take on the same personal character that a physical heirloom often carries over time. But the real value of the platform comes through the act of curation. Users can build small, intentional collections that bring together photos, voice notes, videos, and text, layering them with the context and story. By allowing different forms of media to exist alongside each other, the platform creates a more complete and emotionally resonant record than any single artifact could communicate on its own. And then once complete, users have the option to send these collections to others as a gift, introducing a new form of inheritance. Boxes can be scheduled to arrive at specific dates or milestone moments, or simply shared as a way of passing along a memory to someone else. The goal was to make curation feel lightweight enough to happen naturally in everyday life, while still meaningful enough to matter to the person who receives it. Threshold, the Heirloom Library, and Collect and Curate each respond to a different moment in how we relate to our things. One opens up the conversation within families before it's too late. One moves inheritance beyond the bloodline, so that meaning doesn't have to end with the family. And one asks whether the memories we're building in the cloud can be shaped into something worth being passed down. I came into my thesis thinking about objects, but I left thinking about people, about what it means to be remembered, the quiet anxiety that the things that made your life meaningful might not survive you. The guilt of not knowing what to do with someone else's love left behind in the objects. I hope that this work carries forward in all of you here today and inspires more people to look differently at their own objects, their own relationships, and their own stories. Thank you so much.
Hi.
Hi.
So, we're in the pattern recognition business. We're supposed to look at something, identify something, and see if we can create something with predictability. And pretty early on in your exploration, you realized you can't design an heirloom. And it's just too subjective. But you're a stylist, so where are you going with this highly subjective yet needs to be predictable work?
Yeah, it's a tough challenge, but I do see there has been a shift today, and they're into this whole customization and personalization. We're seeing the resurgence of things like Delft tiles in the home, and Italian charm bracelets were a huge trend on social media last year. So we are seeing this wave of customization, but I think, and this is the most challenging part, is that it needs to be customized in a way to reflect the person who is holding on to that object. However, it still needs to honor those same stories that came before them. So having these products that can be either adaptable or reimagined into a different form to sort of reflect that is necessary, but it's a tough challenge.
Adaptable charm bracelets. I know someone you should talk to.
Who?
We'll talk.
Okay.
Beautiful job,
Sounds
Lauren.
good.
Thank you so much. Wonderful presentation.
Please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Guan.
Hi everyone. Today I want to start with something with my personal experience. I was born and raised in Beijing, and now I'm studying in New York. These two cities share something in common. They are dense and filled with people, movement, and information. In this environment, I notice something. Even when I'm not doing much, I feel tired. My focus drifts easily. Like I'm there, but my attention isn't. So I began looking more closely at my surroundings. I see people looking at their phones. 58% of adults use their phone to cope with stress and anxiety. In high stimulation environments, people often turn to their phone to relieve fatigue, because the phone is a predictable, bounded, and fully personal environment. It's not recovery, it's just moving attention away from their environment. This leads me to my topic. Hi, I'm Guan. My topic is sensory overload and the reduction of environmental attention. What is sensory overload? It's not just one strong stimulus. It's an accumulation. Multiple layers stuck together: visual, sound, bodily, digital. Each one alone is manageable, but together it becomes overwhelming. For example, in Times Square, there are too many visual elements competing for your attention. Your brain simply cannot process all of this at once. To gain the more comprehensive understanding, I interviewed a range of experts in psychology and environmental design. From the interview, one key insight stood out. Evie, who is an urban planner, said, "For most people, city is not a choice, but a constant condition. The challenge is not how to escape it, but how to support everyday well-being." So how can we support people within their environments? Based on the insight, I designed a system. The first is the internal perception, focusing on how you regulate your own state. The second is the external environment, helping you understand and navigate your surroundings. The third is the urban system, extending this idea to the city, creating support within everyday life. Together, it contacts your inner state, your environment, and the city. Let's start with the internal level. Over 70% of people report that their environment directly affects mood and behavior. Noisy and overstimulation can reduce cognitive performance by 20 to 30%. When people feel overwhelmed, they often reach something to touch. Repetitive movements help them restore calm and control. But in modern environments, these tactile experiences are rarer. Most products are smooth and hard and don't really invite touch. After exploring different forms and textures, I'm trying to balance aesthetics with tactile experience, portability with functionality, emotional meaning with everyday usability in my design. And then I got my final design. I designed a handheld object with a tactile surface to support calming interaction. Product supports 4D interaction ways. Compared to the traditional sensory tools with bright color, I use low saturation, soft tones to reduce visual stimulation and align with contemporary aesthetics. And it includes a sensor. It captures the signals like heart rate, pressure, and movement. But this is not just recording. The key is the real-time feedback. When the system detects changes, it immediately responds through the app, suggesting actions like breathing, stretching, or shifting attention. It allows users to regulate themselves in real time. Let's look at the video. Now that we have collected these emotional signals, the question becomes, how can we turn them into something useful for users? This leads me to the external environmental stage. To explore this, I conduct a workshop. I guided participants through 3 very different environments. They were asked to pay attention to their emotional and sensory state. After that, we create a physical map, using emotion sticker to mark how they felt in each location. I noticed something interesting in these two images. Both environments have a similar of density. The right one, people feel comfortable, even joyful. The left one, people feel anxiety and overwhelmed. This leads to the key insight. Sensory overload is not just about how much information there is. It's about how predictable the environment feels. When the regime is unclear, layout is hard to read, and people don't know what to expect next, that's when anxiety increases. Based on the insight, I designed the interface system. When users enter the specific area, the app triggers a pop-up to inform them of their current location and invite them to check in with their emotional state. It then shows how people are generally feeling in this area, along with how people tend to move through the space, whether they pass by, stay, or leave. If users want to explore other locations, they can view summaries and emotional insights from different areas. It helps users understand the place before deciding to enter or stay. The app also visualizes the data like every device usage time, emotional tracking into small charts. Based on this data, the system can also provide small personalized suggestions and allow users to review past states through the calendar. The third layer is the service system. Dan, a licensed psychologist, said, short, structured break within everyday environment can significantly support attention recovery, especially when they involve predictable sensory input and minimal stimulation. So how might we extend individual environmental awareness into the city-scale support system that enables moment of recovery within everyday movements? Have you ever been in these parks? They are hidden under bridge, inside building, and between small gaps in the city. They have always been there, but most people never notice them. So our survey does two things. It helps users find the space, and it provides the guided instructions. We collaborate with psychologists and environmental designers to identify the suitable location in the city. At each location, we install the simple guidance sign to guide users on what to do, so users don't just visit the place, they know how to use it. When people feel overwhelmed or lost in the city, users can search for nearby rest spot in the app. They can filter the location and save favorites for quick access. It also shows the distance, opening hours, and the time they may spend there, so they can plan their visit more easily. Users can check in to the location, and when too many people check in, the spot will temporarily disappear from the map, preventing overcrowding and keeping it calm and restorative. In addition to the in-app guidance, the system also incorporates the physical signage like street-level signboard to support access. So the project is not just about reducing stimulation, it's about helping people stay clear, make decisions, and remain present within the complexity environment. Thank you, especially to my family, friends, and everyone supporting me throughout this journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chi.
Thank you.
There's so much compassion and empathy in your presentation and in your research.
Yeah.
As we industrialize and technology progresses, it seems like you're suggesting that we're being asked to desensitize. Do you think our environment is making us more callous or needing us to be more callous? And what do we do about that?
I feel people are not losing their sensitive. I will say people get used to forget about it because our society designed for efficiency. So it encourage people to move in fast or encourage things to get people attention. But I feel it's not suitable for people. So for now, it's people adapt the environment instead of environment designed for people. And that's why I'm doing this topic. I want people pay more attention on their feelings and their everyday life.
Do you think we might be even more efficient if we paid more attention to those feelings?
No, I hope I want to encourage people not that efficient and enjoy their life.
Mm-hmm. Not worry so much about productivity.
Yeah, not anymore.
Some applause in the audience. All right, we'll take that as a cue.
Okay.
All right, let's go sit down and be less productive.
Mm-hmm.
Please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Raida Zeng.
Hi, good evening. So how many of you have ever been to a doctor's office, being asked to rate your pain with a scale, and don't even know what to say? 1 in 4 US adults live with chronic pain, and it's a leading cause of disability worldwide, even surpassing diabetes, depression, and hypertension combined. Hi, my name is Raida Zeng, and my thesis is Metaphor as Medicine, Revealing Meaning to Transform Chronic Pain. I've been living with a herniated disc since I was 11, and here's how I'd describe my pain. I feel there's static coming down my calf, sparks under my foot, and sometimes an ice-cold limb that doesn't belong to me. We instinctively reach for metaphors to describe pain because this is the only language we have for something that's so unfamiliar. It's both a bridge and a portal. Inward, it helps us make sense of our own experience, and outward to communicate to others what's otherwise inexpressible. To better understand how metaphor and chronic pain work with one another, I investigated sources across cognitive science, philosophy, psychology, cultural history, game studies, and health communication. And I spoke with over 40 patients, clinicians, designers, and academics. I learned that doctors use metaphors to explain complex science so patients understand what's happening inside their body. But the patients often lack effective ways to communicate their pain. They often feel misunderstood and frustrated. Clinicians believe emotional support is crucial for patients to build motivation towards their own pain management, and that is honored by psychotherapists who use metaphor as a powerful cognitive device to help patients reauthor their experience with pain. And it works by interrupting the self-perpetuating cycle where patients become hyper-focused and then physiologically hypersensitized to pain. But this support has its own barriers across awareness, specialization, and coverage. So psychotherapy and medicine exist on a spectrum of meaning-making and communication with tension. The more legible pain is, the more it is simplified. The more meaning it carries, the harder it is to access. Patients are called being a patient and a body in pain. So how might we build stronger everyday support infrastructure that leverages metaphor as a scaffolding for both meaning-making and communication, and help people navigate the debilitating in-between time? I hosted 2 creative workshops that focused on externalizing pain sensations and forging identity, and 2 things became clear. 1, the act of expressing your own pain in metaphor, the very act of choosing, marking, naming is therapeutic. The process of meaning-making itself is the medicine. And 2, individuals have communication preferences, and even the same person reaches for different modalities of metaphor at different moments. So no single format is enough, and the tool needs to be versatile. Everything I learned so far maps across 2 axes, from meaning-making to communication, and from sensation to identity. So I designed 4 solutions targeting each quadrant across the spectrum. Painting discomfort is a street-side pop-up. It invites strangers with chronic pain to use the pain archetype cards as visual inspirations. sink into their own body, and leave a drawing of how their body feels on a piece of community patchwork quilt. And here's the video.
Drawing gives me a lot of confidence. The thing is to enjoy life, to try to be present, to know that you're here.
Feel your feels. Kindness is free, and you cannot heal what you don't reveal.
In 2 hours, 23 strangers contributed, and people wanted this scale to broader chronic pain community, and I see painting discomfort becoming a research service to explore the shared languages of pain. And what goes deeper than grasping the sensation of pain is to understand who we are in relation to it. So Imago is a physical identity building kit built on Joseph Campbell's Hero's Journey designed for home use. It invites users to look beyond their history with pain and through the tactile act of making forges an aspirational identity. And here's how it works. So far, we've been making meaning for ourselves in analog ways. But how do we make this experience more accessible and get it in front of clinicians who can actually act on it? From interviews, I learned that people perceive the overwhelming number of wellness offerings to be alienating from their actual personal experience. And what they want is active self-authorship in a safe space. That's why end users are more inclined to use large language models for emotional support because it's low stakes and engaging. However, models in unbounded context can do real harm, and that's why I created Tender. Tender is a digital expansion of Imago and a creative AI companion. Every day, the user receives a single prompt and can respond however feels right. Draw, photograph, or narrate. And then they share the work with Mira, an AI facilitator who asks a few questions to surface the creative decision-making process behind what they made. And over time, Tender synthesizes the sessions into a personal metaphor system, such as recurring emotions, a color palette, and their unique language patterns, building a living record of how users understand themselves. And behind the front end is an entire architecture of ethical guardrails. It operates on 2 levels. 1, AI configuration, what Mira knows, how she responds, and when she stops. And 2, the user interaction design, what prompts they receive and how they create and how they can engage with the AI. So the system runs on an automated evaluation loop, never self-updates, and returns every critical decision-making back to human hands. 70% of chronic pain sufferers who tested it reported feeling something new about their body from just a single session. And an art therapist believed it was asking the right questions, and the patients saw it as an appealing entry point into long-term journaling practices. And the vision is for Tender to become a clinical companion where therapists guide the experience so patients feel supported outside appointments. And then clinicians get better informed to build better care. PainBridge is Tender's medical side counterpart, a B2B2C platform designed to surface and translate complex pain profiles for both parties. Patients sign up for PainBridge when scheduling a return appointment with a clinic and receives automated check-ins between appointments to log in their experience on a web app. The system remembers the previously reported conditions and checks in with the patient to track new contextual triggers for their pain. And based on information shared, it auto-selects the relevant pain types as brushes for them to paint onto a digital body chart. Next, the patient fills a short survey about how pain functionally interferes with their everyday life, reviews a generated summary, and submits, all done in 5 minutes. And then 2 days before the next appointment, the system distills everything into an email summary for the doctor. This includes qualitative and quantitative information about the patient's recent pain history that's scannable in under 30 seconds. So patients create a meaning while documenting, and clinicians walk into the room already knowing what's happened. Both sides spend less time reconstructing the past and more time planning forward. Building this requires designing for the real constraints of the healthcare system. PainBridge collects only non-PHI data, runs as a standalone platform to circumvent around EHR integration, and requires no app download. And the vision is to transform short-term treatment into long-term care. So there's fewer emergency visits from communication breakdowns and a stronger patient-provider trust, so patients stay motivated in everyday life. Patients and clinicians gave extremely positive feedback. A director of medical informatics at Norfolk commented, "It would help me start my day or set up my consultation, so I can spend more time on specific things rather than trying to get the whole story. There's space for PainBridge." Historically, patient agency and clinical legibility have always been in tension, and PainBridge argues they don't have to be. I'm building a scaffolding system that uses metaphor as a design material, so people can arrive at their own understanding of pain and express how they'd like to be understood. So understanding brings clarity, and clarity brings comfort. Pain is a linguistic problem, not just a medical one. And metaphor built carefully is medicine. Thank you to everyone who supported me through this journey. This thesis would not have metamorphosed without you, and neither would I.
Wow, so much. Right. Okay, I love that pain is a linguistic problem. But before that, what you said, pain, no, metaphor as a design material. What? Yeah, so I mean, that itself is such an incredible metaphor. Can you talk about what materials we need to be working with as metaphorical designers?
Absolutely, brilliant question, Sinclair.
Thank you, Rida.
So there's a difference between analogy and a metaphor. Analogy is about we comparing one thing to another, and metaphor is about we trying to structure our understanding of one thing in terms of another. And one cool framework that I use to guide my design process as a designer is I try to map a spectrum of representation. So for example, like we start with very abstract reductive numbers, such as the 0 to 10 pain scale we saw. And then there's a linguistic layer, there's a visual representation, and then at the most complex of all, metaphoric systems, which could be mythologies and also games. So I think one cool question to ask that could guide our thinking as designers is what we are trying to achieve when we are thinking about metaphor as a design material. Are we trying to acknowledge the complexity of something by creating a system that represents the full complexity of that thing? Or are we trying to highlight only one aspect of a problem? So we are trying to use like a more simpler modality to explain the original thing.
You're talking about storytelling. You're talking about storytelling. Broadly, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. That is my wrap up. It's amazing. There's so much in there. We're going to have you come back and keep talking.
Okay.
Thanks, Rida.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage our next presenter, Aghjayan.
let's do this. Hi everyone, I'm Siga. I'm a designer, surfer, and traveler. Surfing has taken me to many parts of the world: Hawaii, Sri Lanka, Puerto Rico, and Mexico. One of the most important rules in surfing is to respect the locals. This is crucial to adhering to the cultural etiquette of each surf break. Many times in the water, I've heard locals say, "We'll give you a wave." However, out of the water, the cultural ownership of many surf towns is shifting. Post-COVID-19, remote work drove a major rise in digital nomadism. In the US alone, that number grew from 7.3 million in 2019 to 18.5 million in 2025. Across popular surf destinations worldwide, local cultural economic landscapes are increasingly shaped by the same lens template: boutique cafes, co-working spaces, scooter traffic, yoga and Pilates studios. Puerto Escondido, where I first visited last August, is one of these fast-changing towns. Once a small fishing village in Oaxaca, Mexico, it's now a globally known surf town and popular destination for digital nomads. In just 7 years, visitors nearly tripled in this town of 47,000 residents. To understand the impact of this growth, I studied film and literature, interviewed subject matter experts, and traveled to Porto again in November for a 2-week field research with 16 local and transient residents. On the surface, growth brings rising costs of living, overcrowding, traffic, constant constructions, and dying waves. But the deeper issue is that tourism growth has outpaced basic infrastructure development, creating challenges around clean water, waste and sewage management, and energy capacity. These realities affect everyone, but often place the greatest burden on local residents. As Greg Long said in Place of Thorns, change and growth are inevitable, but what's amazing is the community has galvanized together to protect our home. In response, grassroots initiatives emerged, from compost service like Compostania to clean water stations and community action. To understand how digital nomads make it back, I ran a co-creation workshop, Beach Commons, inviting them to design initiatives addressing local issues. I learned that due to the comfort digital nomads live within, local challenges often remain invisible, so participation rarely begins. Catherine, a communal culinary professional, said, "To change a group's behavior, address them at the beginning." So I asked, how might we help digital nomads understand local challenges upon arrival? I designed Cookshare, an orientation experience at co-living spaces that transforms arrival into a ritual of learning and responsibility. Now imagine you are a digital nomad arriving at surf break, the co-living space you'll stay in Puerto Escondido. Upon arrival, you receive an invitation to Cookshare with the other residents. You are assigned a small task: buy one ingredient from the local market and ask where it comes from. At Cookshare, you share that story with a group. The surf break manager, Eric, leads a conversation on eco-agriculture, water scarcity, and surf break's waste management system. You ask questions and start to learn more about the town. Then everyone prepares the meal under one challenge, using only a single bucket of water for all cooking and cleaning. After sharing a meal and cleaning up together, you leave with practical confidence in reducing waste, recycling, and composting. To close, Eric introduces the Book of Communities, a guide to 8 local organizations working on issues like environmental protection, clean water, animal care, and conscious tourism. Communal cooking asks people to slow down, adapt to a shared rhythm, and let go of expectations around speed and control. As Fred shared, I had to turn off my North American mindset and learn to embrace their way of life. Co-living spaces already built community through shared experiences, making them a natural entry point to shape behavior early. Through Cookshare, food becomes a shared practice of unlearning. Newcomers begin to embrace the community around them, understand local challenges, and develop responsibility, all through an experience that's informative, joyful, and shared. On March 6th, a fire broke out in La Punta, the neighborhood where most digital nomads stay in Porto. One of its most iconic blocks burnt down overnight, affecting 34 businesses. The next day, more than 500 people, including locals, firefighters, and digital nomads, all came to help and clear the debris.
Even the government responded immediately, a rare level of urgency revealing how quickly resources mobilize when disruption affects foreign tourism areas. In Oaxacan culture, this form of collective action is called tequio, a traditional practice of community gathering and labor for the common good. But beyond crisis, many local initiatives need support year-round and go unseen. Danny, a digital nomad, said, "The biggest challenge is not knowing what I can help with and how." In my research, I found this gap is reinforced by geographic segregation, social bubbles, and language barriers. While the Cookshare introduces local initiatives, a system that supports continuous engagement is still missing. We can't wait for the next fire for people to join tequio, so I designed Aghjayan, a mobile app that makes community participation visible, accessible, and relational. Digital nomads are invited to download the app through co-living spaces. From the discovery page, they can browse upcoming tequio events by category. Each event highlights shared interest based on who's attending, incentivizing participants with personal connections. To lower the barrier of entry, digital nomads can connect with a community steward who's either a local resident or another digital nomad before the tequio begins. They can also see what tequio people in the same physical space are attending. By leaving a note, they can meet up in events, go together, and build mutual accountability. For tequio organizers, Aghjayan is designed to fit into their existing practice. Since most tequio are shared through Instagram, organizers simply upload a screenshot of their post or story, and AI converts it into a structured tequio listing. Aghjayan transforms the spirit of tequio into an actionable practice, enabling digital nomads to engage in local initiatives, better understand the local urban landscape, and contribute meaningfully during their stay. Looking at the needs of local initiatives, I realized support isn't just about physical labor, it's often financial. To address this, I designed Taza de Hito, mini milestone cup, utilizing local businesses as a donation hub for community-led causes. It transforms the familiar "would you like to donate your change" moment into a ritual of belonging. Many businesses in Puerto Escondido still operate on a cash-only basis. After withdrawing from an ATM, nomads often receive 500 peso bills. On a busy night at a restaurant like Pepe's, this can easily lead to a shortage of change when nomads pay for a 210 peso meal, creating small but repeated moments of tension. At the same time, many nomads have greater purchasing power. 40 pesos of change may feel insignificant to them, but can become meaningful when redirected to local causes. Taza de Hito lives inside participating restaurants. When customers donate, they receive a personal cup and colored wooden chips to decorate the cup into colorful Oaxacan art with patterns inspired by Zapotec textile design. Over time, as they return and donate more, their cup grows. These cups are displayed on shelves at restaurants. Together, they form a community artifact of contributions. The experience is grounded in local culture, and the cups are made from discarded coconut shells at local cocoa stands. Taza de Hito transforms donation from a transactional moment into an ongoing relationship, making it visible and personal. While these designs focus on the beginning of a digital nomad's journey and during their stay, eventually most nomads leave, and when they do, their impact leaves with them. So I began to ask, how might their impact be passed forward to future nomads and the local communities? During my interview, John, one of the founders of Compostania, told me, changes happen when a mix of minds meet and initiate programs addressing challenges. He shared that his effort to start community project didn't succeed until a conversation in his volleyball group brought together a team with shared values. Combining local and outside perspectives, his compost organization began to thrive. This insight echoed across my interviews. Local residents value not just the financial opportunities digital nomads bring in, but also their fresh ideas and perspectives. Looking back at Cookshare, participants described how cooking together created a strong sense of community and open conversations around local challenges. So I evolved it into Cookshare Kitchen, Comunidad de Cocinar y Compartir, a service that brings digital nomads and local initiative organizers together through structured cooking sessions. Each session is centered around a specific topic, from food waste to regenerative agriculture to ocean preservation, animal care, and clean water. Using food and shared labor, the service creates a natural place for conversation, knowledge exchange, and relationship building. Through participation, digital nomads and initiative leaders can find like-minded people and form communities around shared causes to create lasting impact for Puerto Escondido. A digital nomad may leave, but the community they help build will remain and continue to grow with every new person who arrives. Remember the story of the fire? It didn't end with a tequio that cleared the debris. Shortly after, residents of Bajos da Chila, home to the municipal dump site serving Puerto Escondido, saw how quickly government responded to foreign tourism areas. For years, they had called for the dump site's closure with little action. This time, they organized protests and blocked access to Puerto Escondido International Airport. Soon after, authorities moved to permanently shut the site down. That decision created a ripple effect. Without the dump, many restaurants shifted towards composting, and Compostania tripled the size of its facility within a month. Puerto Escondido is a place where everyone's lives are intertwined. Small actions can ripple far beyond the moment. Every moment of awareness through Cookshare, participation through Aquí También, contribution through Taza de Hito, and community building through Comunidad de Cocinar y Compartir has the potential to grow from individual action into something larger over time. This may be the end of my thesis, but it's not the end of relationships and responsibilities this journey created. Through the 3 times I visited Porto, I became a familiar face to local businesses like Pepe's, my surfer friends in the water, initiative leaders I interviewed, my collaborator Eric and Tanya at Surf Break, and fellow nomads who chose to stay and build towards a more connected and sustainable future. Because in the end, designing for a community is not about arriving with answers. It's about arriving with respect, participating with intention, and leaving something meaningful behind. Special thanks to everyone who accompanied me through my journey. Thank you for listening, and thank you for everyone in front of your laptops. And thank you, Puerto Escondido.
And thank you, Siga.
Thank you.
That was wonderful. So optimistic, and like Ta-Shea, as you're out there, putting your hands in the mud.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta
be there.
I relate to some of it. I was a skater when I was young. You're a surfer. Can you talk about how did the politics of surfing and integrating on the waves help you integrate with the community, and is there a crossover there?
You really want me to talk about surfing? I can go all day.
Yes. Come on, surfer girl.
Yes. So in surfing, there's something called the lineup, which determines priority on a wave. And usually locals sit at the top of that priority line. And this is where the politic of waves connect with the politic of a locality. Because both are really asking the question of who has the social power, who has the ownership and responsibility, and which are also questions underneath the problem like colonialism and gentrification that we historical or what we're experiencing right now. So historically, if you want to surf the wave down at the next village, you have to ask surfers in that village for permission to surf that wave. And now when you travel to a different country to surf, you need to know that you are bringing the privilege of mobility and access with you. So you can't just paddle out and feel entitled to the wave to surf there. You have to know that you are coming into the break of someone else's. You're going into the home of someone else's. So you have to show that you're able to take the wave.
you understand the local crowd, you can blend in with the community, and most importantly, that you respect them. So it's not just consuming. You have to really become a part of that local fabric to earn that wave.
It looks like you did. You gonna go back?
I will. One day I will. I have to see all my friends there.
All right. I wish you every luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Siga.
Thank you, everybody, for being with us here today and at home. So many incredible presentations. I don't have any particular closing remarks, but as I mentioned, I see so much synthesis between these projects. And there is a pattern. Sometimes we call these presentations by names, we theme them in advance. We don't do that here. We've been numbering them for 13 years. And so this is just 13, but I do see a theme. I see an undesigning. I see a returning to roots, to emotions, to safety, to security, to mud, to nature, to our inner lives, to an examination of ourselves, to an untechnologization, to new technologies, to embedded realities. And it's interesting to look at where we are and what's actually out there from a technological perspective in front of us and the uncertainty that we face. There's a lot of optimism in these theses, and there's a lot of faith that we will bring what is most essential to our being, to our communities, and to our sense of belonging and our humanity without the technology that seems to be just looming on the horizon. So I thank you for all that work and all that optimism and promise that you're giving us. With that, I say thank you one more time to everybody here and at home, and please join us in the lobby for a champagne toast. And hang out. I'm going to ask all of you to come up on stage and have your picture taken. Thanks, everybody.